Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first Stoics Care online conference, presented by Modern Stoicism, the Stoic Fellowship, and Stoic Care. I'm your host, Brittany Polat.
And I'm your host, Adam Piercy.
And we are so pleased you're joining us today to celebrate and support the social side of Stoicism. We have over 2,500 people registered today, and we know some of you are joining us on Zoom and others on YouTube. We'll be checking for comments and questions on both platforms, so you're welcome to drop your thoughts in the chat as the conference progresses. Also, should you need technical support at any time, feel free to email admin@modernstoicism.com and follow along with our program on our Eventbrite page, where you'll find our schedule and speaker bios.
So before we dive into our program for today, let's talk about why you're here and what you might want to take away from the Stoics Care conference. As you may know, care and community were at the heart of ancient Stoicism, but these aspects are sometimes overlooked by people interested in Stoicism today. We put together this event to bring these social aspects back into the spotlight where they belong. By the end of the conference, we hope you'll agree that care and community deserve to be front and center in 21st century Stoicism.
That's exactly right. Did you know that the ancient Stoics insisted that we take care of other people, seeing everyone in the world as our own family members, so to speak? As Seneca says, the very first thing philosophy promises is fellow feeling, a sense of togetherness among human beings. As Stoics, we don't see ourselves as individuals cut off from others, working only for our own benefit. Instead, we recognize that we're all parts of the larger whole. We're all connected and dependent on each other, and we find our greatest joy when we help other individuals and the wider society to thrive.
These themes of togetherness and community are present throughout the Stoic literature, from Zeno, who said that a friend is another I, to Marcus Aurelius, who wrote in his private journal, "Human beings have come into the world for the sake of one another." For the ancients, the themes of care, friendship, and the common good were the centerpiece of Stoic ethics. They believed humans are equipped with a social instinct that urges us to care for others. The Stoic understanding of justice and associated ideas like benevolence, fairness, kindness, and patience rest heavily on the belief that humankind is fundamentally social and caring.
What does this mean for us today? As you know, humans haven't really changed in the past 2,000 years. So the ancient Stoic understanding of justice and togetherness is just as powerful today as ever. In fact, we probably need it now more than ever before. In the 21st century, we face unprecedented social issues. Many of us feel anonymous and disconnected from others, like we don't really belong anywhere. We're unhappy with our present condition, but unsure where to turn.
Or even if we do have supportive networks, we may find ourselves with the opposite problem. We are overburdened with too many caring responsibilities. People in caring roles or professions are often overwhelmed and undersupported to the point where they become burned out and simply can't function anymore. Our society tends to devalue the caring work done by professionals such as teachers and doctors, and most especially the non-paid care provided by family members. Not only are we stressed out and burned out, we are frequently isolated and receive little positive recognition or support.
And then there are those of us who may not be in formal caregiving positions, but who care for others in our own subtle ways. Barbers, book editors, waiters, professors, whenever you connect with another person in some way, you have an opportunity to show care. We know many of you are out there being neighborly, friendly, and kind to others, finding ways to brighten someone's day or help them through a tight spot.
No matter where you are today or what your current situation is, Stoicism has tools to help you survive and even flourish. This conference is designed for anyone who cares for other people in any way, and that's all of us. So whether you are overwhelmed by the burdens of caretaking, or you're looking for a meaningful connection with others amidst the materialism of contemporary society, you've come to the right place. We are here today to shine a bright light on the community, connection, and care at the heart of Stoic philosophy.
Our first speaker today is Will Johncock, who will set the foundation for our understanding of care and Stoicism. Will's talk will give you a good sense of how ancient Stoics viewed the relationship between self and other, underscoring their emphasis on our interconnectedness and the common good, and how these ancient ideas are as relevant today as ever. Next up is Meredith Kunz, who brings her compassion training to bear on her Stoic practice. Meredith will explain the importance of compassion towards self and others, offering some practical suggestions for kindling compassion in your life.
We will also hear short video talks from a number of Stoics who apply Stoic care in their daily lives. These speakers will share how Stoicism inspires them to help others as a teacher, parent, lawyer, community volunteer, mentor, mental health clinician, and prison staff. These quick talks will be followed by a peaceful and guided meditation from Stoic Dan, which we encourage you to add to your regular Stoic practice.
Later in the day, we'll hear from Kai Whiting, who adds an important dimension to Stoic care: sustainability. As Stoics, we obviously care about people, but we also care about our planet and the wider world we live in. It's very important for us to extend care to our environment by consuming less and conserving more. Stoicism presents the philosophical justification for sustainability, and Kai is here to offer some practical tips on how we can implement environmental care in our lives.
Our penultimate session of the day comes from Paul Wilson, a well-being and mental health expert who will discuss self-care from a Stoic perspective. Contrary to some pop culture definitions of self-care, Paul frames self-care as a first step on the journey to flourishing. His talk today is especially for caregivers, all of you out there who have to stay strong while supporting others. Paul will provide a plan for Stoic self-care that includes self-awareness, self-compassion, and self-transcendence.
And our keynote address today comes from Donald Robertson, who will speak about love and friendship in Stoicism. If you've ever wondered how we can care for others while remaining emotionally resilient, you won't want to miss Donald's informative and compelling talk.
And there's more. After the conference, we are offering a short meet and greet for those of you who would like to meet other conference attendees. We know many of you out there already use Stoicism to help you help others. This is a chance for you to connect with other people who have similar roles, activities, or interests. For those interested in this opportunity, we will provide more information at the end of the conference.
And before we get started, we definitely want to thank everyone who has helped us get here today. Today's event is sponsored by Modern Stoicism, the Stoic Fellowship, and Stoic Care, in affiliation with Stoics in Action and the Aurelius Foundation. Remember that you can donate to any or all of these organizations if you'd like to see more content and conferences like this one. You'll find links on the conference webpage and the Eventbrite page, linking you to their support platforms.
We'd like to especially thank Phil Yanov for hosting this event on Zoom and providing much needed technical support. You might see or hear Phil running things in the background, so be sure to say hello. And thank you to Greg Sadler for editing and compiling our quick videos, and to John Sellers, Chris Gill, and Donald Robertson for marketing and administrative support. Amy Valadares is assisting on YouTube today, and we'd like to thank our meet and greet facilitators, Casey Robertson, Kai Whiting, Greg Lopez, and German. We appreciate you. Thanks also to Eve Riches and Paul Wilson of Stoic Care, who have been behind this conference from day one. And thank you to James Kosteka, Eric Siggy Scott, and Mark Deshays of the Stoic Fellowship for sparking this idea and for the ongoing collaboration.
We also have a number of additional facilitators who will be helping us out today, and we want to thank them as well. And speaking of the Stoic Fellowship, we'd also like to tell you about the month of service and care happening right now throughout April. The fellowship is challenging the Stoic community to perform 1,000 acts of kindness in 30 days. It can be as simple as buying a coffee for the person in line behind you, or as committed as volunteering for a day at a homeless shelter. What's important is that we each make an effort to show others they matter and we care about them. If you'd like more information about the 1,000 Stoics Challenge, please visit stoicfellowship.com/service for suggestions on how to get involved. You'll also find a form you can fill in to let us know how you contributed. And don't forget to snap a photo of yourself or your group to share on social media. Use hashtags 1000 Stoics or Stoics Care so others can see how much Stoics care.
This is an excellent opportunity for everyone to get involved and really show others what Stoicism is all about. There's a lingering stereotype out there that Stoicism is about being self-centered, maybe trying to improve yourself while ignoring other people or even actively cultivating detachment from others. However, we know those misperceptions are completely false. Stoicism is actually very much about wisely cultivating connection and care for others. To quote Seneca, "No school has more goodness and gentleness. None has more love for human beings nor more attention to the common good."
And best of all, when we care for others, we become better and happier humans. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, a human being finds delight in doing what is proper to a human being. And what is proper to us is to show goodwill to our own kind. So, with that in mind, let's welcome Will Johncock to begin our first talk. Will is the author of several books on Stoicism, including Stoic Philosophy and Social Theory. His forthcoming book, Beyond the Individual, Community and Collectivism in Stoic Philosophy, explores how Stoicism is a philosophy concerned with what is shared and interconnected between us all, and that prioritizes our roles in social and collective outcomes. And we owe Will special thanks for joining us from Australia, where it's currently 2 a.m. Thank you, Will. Over to you.
Actually, just after midnight. So not quite as bad. We had 2 daylight savings changes simultaneously, one in the States and one here, which helped my cause considerably. I am speaking from Sydney, Australia, yes. And today I'm going to set the scene for today's upcoming presentations, which will all engage very practical considerations. I'm going to do that by firstly presenting some theoretical foundations for Stoicism's relevance to themes about care. Now, many of you will be attending this conference and will have come to Stoic philosophy through an interest in caring for your personal needs. Indeed, the benefits of Stoic philosophy for individual self-care have recently been much publicized. A modern focus on how we can control our emotional and psychological lives by incorporating Stoic techniques has seen the public awareness of the philosophy explode, perhaps reflected in the huge registration numbers today. Stoicism has been portrayed accordingly as a set of tools that can help people to care for themselves and to grow personally, because its insights help people to cope more resiliently with a world of mental and emotional provocations. I want to prepare us for today's discussions about Stoicism and care, though, by considering how the ancients were primarily concerned with something grander than personal benefits, prosperities, or outcomes. This won't discount the notion that living stoically benefits people personally. My role in this opening presentation, however, is to highlight how Stoic concerns go beyond simply caring for or looking after oneself. For the Stoics, it is only by looking beyond the self in a way that one's own well-being manifests through the philosophy. So let's begin this discussion with one aspect of Stoicism found in ancient thinkers such as Epictetus that has received a lot of modern attention. This concerns the Stoic belief that all we can control is what we think about our lives, or all that is up to us is what we think about our lives. We exercise self-care in a way for the Stoics when we remember that the world does not hurt us. Instead, we hurt ourselves with our thoughts and emotions about the world. Or in other words, what happens to us doesn't hurt us. Our mental and emotional responses to what happens to us are what hurt us. Now, I don't necessarily subscribe entirely to this belief or this wording, but my job here today is to communicate to you what the Stoics believe. And part of the Stoic belief structure is that we have a certain control over our mind and what we think. What we think is up to us. Contrary to this conception, however, of control of what we think, the Stoics define aspects of our social lives, like our reputation, gossip, class, socioeconomic trends, and things like this as physical. They group them actually with things such as physical things, like our body, our possessions, the weather. And they define all of these aspects of the world as external to us and outside our control. Because we should, for the Stoics, avoid mentally and emotionally investing in what we cannot control, we should be indifferent, they instruct, to what we encounter, or many aspects of what we encounter in our social and physical worlds. So what we get here is a distinction between our internal mental lives and our external social lives. I believe we can acknowledge this distinction while also recognizing that there is a discussion to be had in Stoicism about what each of our minds share with the minds of our fellow humans, and how that shared territory between us means that Stoic philosophy is not just about self-help or self-care. Indeed, the Roman statesman and ancient commentator of Stoicism, Cicero, emphatically claims that for a Stoic, the interest of society is the interest of the individual. So let's examine why. In Stoicism, your internal self is your mind. Your thoughts are up to you. Your thoughts are under your own power to a degree. Despite this individualized or personalized function, the Stoics also portray how this internal feature of yourself is connected with a world beyond your individual self. This concerns something that we each embody called rationality or reason. Humans are rational by nature, according to the Stoics. We have the capacity to think rationally, even if we don't always do so. So while this is not that adventurous a claim, more curiously, the Stoics say we have this rational nature and mind only because we are parts of a universe, which itself is a rational system. So this means that anyone's individual rationality is a portion or a piece of the universe's rationality. Now, if you're confused by this Stoic claim that the universe is rational, don't worry. We can understand it via how we use the word rational when describing rational human thinkers. A rational human thinker arranges their thoughts and ideas in a logical, systematic, and an ordered way, a well-organized way. This definition of human rationality, and it might be one of many, as ordered and well-organized and interconnected and systematic, is also what the Stoics mean when they describe the universe as rational. A rational universe is an ordered, well-organized and interconnected system. Both rational humans and the rational universe that we inhabit are organized, whereby certain causes lead to certain effects. Both rational humans and a rational universe function in this regard in well-organized and consistent ways. Now, Epictetus, as well as an earlier ancient Stoic by the name of Posidonius, proposed that this rational function of the universe is evident in the organization and order of its physical parts. Reliable ecological rhythms, such as they use the example of flowers blooming as one example. And then we have consistent celestial rhythms like the revolutions of the sun and the moon. Not to mention the interconnected nature of all of these physical things. Reveal for thinkers like Epictetus and Posidonius that the universe is a unified, well-organized and ordered system, and therefore it's a rational system. Because we are parts of this rationally organized and interconnected world, our minds are considered by the Stoics to likewise be rationally organized. In fact, after having recognized a universe of interconnected physical rhythms and parts like the flowers and the sun's revolutions that we mentioned, Epictetus duly asks why human minds would not also be interconnected with this universe. As he says, if plants in our bodies are so intimately linked to the world and its rhythms, won't the same be true of our minds, and then more so? How our minds are linked to the world, and in a moment to each other, partly concerns what Posidonius and Epictetus, inspired, it must be said, by Socrates here, identify as our daemon. So we've got Posidonius, we've got Epictetus, and we've got the later Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and they each tell us that the daemon is part of our mind that is responsible for irrational thinking. Now, despite it being part of each of our own rational minds, they also describe it as a fragment or a trace or a portion of the universe. This is crucial because it means for the Stoics that what is internal to your mind is also present in the universe. Furthermore, because this is true for all humans, your personal internal mind or your personal internal self is a trace of something that is common to everyone else's internal selves and their rational minds. Thanks to this, Marcus Aurelius posits that you should constantly recall what you are a part of, to reflect that each mind is a kindred mind. So we can see really communal conditions emerging here for the Stoics regarding our internality. Because we all share the same rationality, and because we're all physically and mentally interconnected or linked, what is rational for one person is rational for another person. To think rationally is to think with a common mind and to serve communal or shared outcomes, rather than to merely be focused on what serves you as an individual. Epictetus states a Stoic is hence, and this is quite an emphatic claim, that the Stoic individual is incapable, indeed, of attaining any private ends without at the same time providing for the community or contributing to the common benefit. So remember, everything is part of an interconnected system for the Stoics, and that includes us. To think and to act rationally involves being conscious of that interconnection. This does not mean that it is irrational or anti-Stoic to individually benefit from these thoughts and actions. You can exercise Stoic psychological techniques to practice self-care, and you can personally gain from that. The condition, though, is that you think and act stoically. You think and act stoically when you think and act with an appreciation of the inescapable kinship of all things. So, because everything is physically interconnected, including our minds, while things in the universe might seem distinct or separated, the Stoic belief is that everything is actually mutually implicated or involved in each other's existence in some way. As Marcus Aurelius puts it rather eloquently, things permeate each other and they are bound together. This informs why, for the Stoics, care for other people is as important as care for oneself. In a way, the distinction between other people and ourselves is dismantled, or at the very least blurred, because none of us are autonomous entities. Instead, everything and everyone is functioning together as codependent parts, like the parts of a body indeed. Marcus Aurelius goes on. All bodies, all our individual bodies, are united with and cooperating with the whole, as with the parts of our body with one another. So living rationally involves remembering that every individual is actually just a part of a whole world system. And we get this formula, the part of the human, which is the human, relates to the whole, which is the universe. One daily Stoic technique we should employ to remember this is what Marcus Aurelius famously calls the view from above, which has been retranslated in many different terminologies. And that requires being conscious that we are each just a temporary moment in the universe's gigantic size and history. Doing this constitutes thinking rationally, and it's why the Stoics ask us to be indifferent to much of what happens to us in our daily lives. So let's think about that. The mechanics of the universe's well-organized system that steer much of what happens to us, those mechanics are external to our individual control, and it's entirely likely that some of what happens to us as mere parts of that system will not be favorable to us personally. To self-care is consequently to mentally accept that much of what happens to us is beyond our control, because conversely, mentally and emotionally anguishing over our lack of control of the universe and its interconnected system would be futile. With all this talk of control, I must remind us that the primary mode of living as a Stoic is not about erecting resilient borders between our personal minds that we control against an externally uncontrollable world. And Adam and Brittany touched upon this really succinctly in the introduction. Stoicism is not a philosophy of individualism, would be my message here. It's not a philosophy of segregated personalities. The Stoic consciousness instead requires an awareness that we're all integrated together in this universal interconnected system. When we act and think, we do so rationally if we do so in ways that serve a whole world system of which we are just one piece, each just one piece. Epictetus emphasizes this point that our actions never primarily orient toward our separate personal welfares with this passage, where he states that a person never acts in their own interest or thinks of themselves alone, but all their actions and desires aim at nothing except contributing to the common good. We could qualify that somewhat and say sometimes we do act with our own interests, but when we do so for the Stoics, I believe we would have to characterize that if we are targeting only our own interests and are oblivious to our position within the overall structure, and then stoically we're acting and thinking somewhat irrationally. Marcus Aurelius' sense of our innate fellowship with each other follows from this accordingly, as do many of Marcus's ideas from Epictetus. He states, "My nature is that of a rational and sociable being. My city and fatherland is Rome. As a human being, it is the universe. So what brings benefit to these is the sole good for me." That is an emphatic claim, the sole good. Marcus here mentions our social nature. Earlier, I noted how the Stoics warn against aspects of social life, such as trends, gossip, status, and so on. And they position these things outside our internal rational lives and mental control. What social means for Marcus here, though, is more complex than these conventional forms of living with each other. When Marcus states that we are sociable or that we're born for community and fellowship with others, he rather is referring to living and acting with an awareness of what we all share simply by being fellow rational beings. This designates the true nature of society for the Stoics, and it will also condition what self-care and self-preservation mean for the Stoics. Okay, so from the earliest eras of Zeno and Chrysippus, the original heads of the Stoic school, through to much later Roman Stoics like Hierocles and Seneca, we know that self-preservation for the Stoics is not a reference to prolonging our own heart-beating lives. It's not a reference to literally living longer in X number of years. Instead, the Stoics say we think and act in self-preserving ways when we live rationally. So thinking and acting rationally means recognizing that we're parts of this universal interconnected system and that what occurs to each of us in that system is beyond our control accordingly. To self-care and self-preserve means to not mentally fight the fact that we are parts of a greater whole. By thinking and acting rationally, in this way, we live in accordance not just with our own minds or our own interests or our own outcomes, but also with the minds, interests, and outcomes of other humans. One of the most well-known Stoic arguments regarding this process of identifying with others' minds and interests comes from the later Stoic Hierocles. Hierocles posits that the closest relation we have is with our own mind, represented with the red circle, with the self. Our next closest relations are with our immediate family members, then those members of our local community, then people from neighboring towns and fellow citizens in the same country, and so on before we get to the entirety of humanity. What Hierocles does is encourage us to interact with people that we don't know well or don't know at all. So those are the people from, let's say, the blue and the green circles at their extremes. And he says we should engage with these people in the same ways that we do with the people that we know much better, i.e. those from the orangey circles. Ultimately, this shift should engender in us for Hierocles a recognition of a single worldwide community of humans, a worldview that's now known as cosmopolitanism. The recognition of a single worldwide community of humans should result from this process because through our interactions with others, we realize what we all share. The key here is to hold simultaneous inward and outward perspectives on ourselves. This is because when Hierocles impels us to reduce the distance between ourselves and others, he wants us to be conscious of our internal rational selves, while also recognizing that our internality is present in a world of other people. This might remind you of the daemon from earlier. And this is the hallmark of our self-preservation and self-care for the Stoics. When we're occupied not just with our own well-being, but more grandly with a collective well-being. We do this by identifying that other people's rationalities, their behaviors, and their thoughts resemble our own. We see ourselves in others, firstly in those close to us, and then progressively in those less familiar to us, until we recognize it in everyone. We do not develop through these stages alone either. Our fellow humans have the same reciprocated experience. Our understanding of self-preservation and self-care builds for Heracles through the knowledge that being a sociable animal means being conscious of the mutual needs and natures of all humans. Now, Heracles' directive is not to recklessly try to bring every single human into our lives and to associate with them more regularly in the intensive way that we might with our closest friends or family. That would be impractical. And Stoic philosophy's emphasis is that philosophy should be practical, not impractical. Heracles, I believe, instead deftly brings our attention to the universal and mutual affiliations and connections between us all, of which we should indeed always already be aware. To live stoically is to be aware of our interconnections with each other and to not view ourselves as separate, self-defining entities all the time. To self-care, to self-preserve is to think and act with a sense of responsibility that goes beyond the individual self. So the purpose of this opening presentation has not been to discount the idea that philosophy helps people individually, far from it. Rather, the message is that the individual in Stoicism is always implicated with what is grander than the individual alone. And I think I've just hit 20 minutes, so I might leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Will. That was fantastic. We actually started a couple minutes early. So if you have anything you'd like to add, you're welcome to, or we could go ahead and start taking questions, whichever you prefer.
Let's go to the questions.
Okay, wonderful. So I see a few popping up in the chat already. Is the Stoic view of the universe the same as pantheism? And in this context, should the universe be spelled with an uppercase U? From Luke.
Well, yes, there is much to be said about pantheism in Stoicism. The universe being defined as God, God not being a transcendent deity in Stoicism, but rather being the world itself. I don't want to tread too much on the toes of what I think could be part of Kai Whiting's presentation later in the day, and he's much more informed than I on these aspects of Stoicism. However, to answer that question briefly, yes, the pantheistic view is the Stoic view. And in terms of what I mentioned in my presentation, that's where we get the sense of the daemon, which indeed is defined as a divine go-between. And a go-between between what? A go-between our individual rationalities or individual minds and the world as a mind, the world as a structured system. And where the Stoics are calling that God, so we get this pantheistic sense of God being everything and everywhere. So yes, and whether or not you want to describe or write universe with capital U, that's probably not something over which I have authority. That if you're going to be consistent with the big G and things like that, then perhaps.
Okay, thank you. So another question from Stuart. How can we always care for others when we see so much harm caused by others? Even someone simply talking down to someone else. How would you address that?
Yeah, I suppose there are lots of examples in the text about where Marcus Aurelius, for instance, will tell us not to be surprised when we encounter irrational behavior. Part of the Stoic training, indeed the meditative practices, involves our preparation for encountering, let's say, not just irrational behavior, but abusive behavior, people being rude, not to us, just to us, but to others. I think there's a lot in Stoicism which is humble and which is considerate of others, and will encourage us to take into account people's circumstances and therefore contextualize behavior within those circumstances. Now, a lot of Stoic philosophy is quite brutal in its instructions, and much is made of Epictetus's language, for instance, and it's often portrayed in amusing ways online. And I don't necessarily think that reflects the great compassion within Stoic philosophy, indeed towards those that are irrational. And if you encounter irrational behavior as a Stoic, I think the emphasis is on giving the irrational actor an example via which they can change their behavior, not to condemn them as irrational, but rather, and not to marginalize them accordingly, but instead to act yourself rationally, and therefore to act as a guide to others who mightn't be acting rationally when you encounter them. I think that's probably the most practical use of Stoicism in terms of moments of conflict, is how can you be a guide to others? I know that a lot of the ancients will talk about the irrational actor as being an outcast, as being marginalized, etc., etc., etc. And sure, they are by definition. They're acting outside this rational structure. But the way in which you can handle it, I think, as a Stoic, is to be an instructor, not necessarily with words, but actions. Stoic philosophy is obviously very practically oriented. So yes, I would say the best way to deal with it is to live rationally yourself. Part of living rationally will be to not be perturbed by irrationality. And yeah, that can act as a guide, and perhaps rationality can therefore permeate those who are having moments, like we all do, where we don't behave rationally.
Great, thank you. Here's a challenging question from Greg Lopez. How would the Stoics bridge the is-ought gap in your view? Why should one care about others just because we're interconnected? So not all of those interconnections may affect me personally, and if they don't, why should we still care?
I guess it requires a real faith in the world, the view from above, in which case, to what extent do you think someone's behaviors do affect someone else's behaviors? To what extent do you think that the links in the chains of the world all interconnect in some way? Are you going to focus only on the localized direct influences, the person you meet who is abusive? Are you only going to focus on the people you know? Are you only going to focus on the causes that you see? Or are you going to have faith in the idea that this view from above sense, that you are one part in this structure of innumerable parts, and therefore everything is involved in everything else? That's the kind of leap of faith, in a way, that I think a Stoic can view themselves as being so integrated with everything else that there is nothing that is not affecting something else. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that you can go back through the text and find an explicit definition of causation to match that, but there are some, and that's how I view the world. And so I can only speak from my view, and my view is that I don't see causal interaction that isn't part of the overall structure and therefore affecting everything else. Does that abstract from your local day-to-day behaviors and experiences? Sure, it does. Like, you can't be walking down the street in Manhattan and be wondering how every footstep you take is affecting what's happening in southern Argentina, for instance. And no one's going to live like that. And perhaps it's not practical day-to-day to live like that. But nevertheless, that's the ethos behind it. And with that ethos comes great responsibility. And so in terms of the is ought, there is no distinction. The is the ought. To act is the way that to act rationally is not only the way that you do, but it's the way that you should act. Again, that might be a little abstract. It might be too dispersed. It might be sending the causal structure way beyond what's happening in your local environment. But I feel like that's one of the beauties of Stoic physics, is to look at these cause-effect structures and to tap us into something that's way beyond our local environment.
Thank you. And I would follow that up by saying, following Julia Annis, that the is-ought gap doesn't apply to virtue ethics like Stoicism, because it's not that you should act in a certain way. It's that if you want to be happy, we assume that everybody does want to pursue happiness, and that flourishing comes from acting in a certain way. So it's not that you should act in this way. It's that if you want to find happiness, as every human is assumed to, then you would act in this way. If you don't want to be happy, well, that's a totally different question. But she
and if happiness, if eudaimonic happiness is virtue and the good, and therefore linked to rationality, if rational structures are interconnected causal structures, physically interconnected causal structures, then yes, it's.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to a totally different question now from Tim Lesher. How do we get to the popular caricature of Stoicism as extreme individualism and self-reliance? Do you have any thoughts on how that might have happened?
Yeah, for sure. Stoic philosophy is not the first philosophy to have been co-opted by aspects of society who can use it for commercial gain or for great personal gains. And I don't think it's necessarily wrong that certain commentators will use Stoic philosophy in highly individualistic self-help ways. The problem is that when they do that, it's not necessarily philosophy. It's a set of techniques that is closer to psychology than philosophy. Philosophy involves worldviews. Philosophy involves drawing universal rules out of localized situations and vice versa. I'm not entirely sure that a lot of the highly individualized rhetoric around Stoic philosophy does that. But using certain Stoic techniques or certain techniques found in the philosophy and then taking it out of the philosophy and turning it into something else that's really practical and that helps people day to day. I have no right to criticize that, and I wouldn't. But it doesn't surprise me that it happens, and it's happened to other philosophies, and it's happened to other areas of literature as well, and things like that. And so once you take sound bites out of anything, of course, it's going to be misrepresenting the entirety. But it's a hard one, isn't it? Because at the same time, Stoicism does have this real emphasis on being practical, and it's undeniable that there are huge practical benefits for people from looking at Stoicism in an incredibly individualistic way. How can this help me with my problems? I don't really care about how I'm interconnected and all this other stuff. I just want to know about how I can control my mind and my emotions and things like that. And I in no way want to criticize that part of it, but we have to also have conferences like this, which discuss that Stoicism as a philosophy, not as a set of psychological techniques, but as a philosophy, is much grander than that.
Right, I agree. We have a lot of questions popping up in the chat here, so I apologize, we cannot get to everyone's question. We've got 1 minute left, so I just want to ask one from Odd. Any thoughts on the balance between caring for ourselves and caring for others? When does self-care become self-centered, and when does care of others become harmful to ourselves? Do you have any quick thoughts on that?
Does care of ourselves become care of others become harmful to ourselves? I really feel like this is a better question for someone that's a practitioner and deals with people day to day and sees how all I would say that Stoicism is not a philosophy of complete and utter altruism. The self is not lost in any of the ways that we approach Stoic philosophy. Not as much as it isn't incredibly or only self-focused, neither is it other-focused entirely. Also, it's a nice blend of the two. But maybe that kind of question would be better for Donald later in the day.
Okay, thank you. Actually, yes, that question will be addressed by many of our other presenters throughout the day. So stay tuned in the audience. If you're curious about that, we'll be talking about it more. Thank you so much, Will.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you for that, Will. And Brittany, thank you for the Q&A. I'll take a quick moment and quickly just a general addressing of a question that came up from our YouTube from Renee, who asked about starting a group in her own area. So if you do have that question, a great place to start that I would suggest is to check out the Stoic Fellowship. That's a great place to start, but also reaching out to modern Stoicism and some other groups as well. So I think if you listen through the rest of the day, it's likely going to come up again as we talk about that. So, but for now, let's continue on to Stoicism and compassion. Meredith Alexander Kunz is a writer and editor who has worked on journalism, higher education, and the technology industry. In 2016, she created the Stoic Mom blog, exploring the many ways that caregivers and kids can benefit from practicing Stoic life philosophy. She is a contributing editor for The Stoic magazine and has shared her writing, talks, and interviews on the Stoicism Today blog, podcasts, NPR affiliate radio, and conferences. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Brittany. I'm delighted to be here with you and to talk about Stoic compassion. So my talk today is about Stoic compassion, a powerful combination. Another subtitle for this talk is Two Inexhaustible Resources, and you'll soon know why I call them that. Thank you for the intro. I'm Meredith. I'm a writer and editor, author of the Stoic Mom blog, and I am also on, you can also find me on Twitter as well. So Stoic compassion is not an oxymoron. I just want to come out there and say this because we do have a lot of misconceptions out there about what Stoicism is. And we just had a question about why do people think being a Stoic means having a stiff upper lip? And that couldn't possibly encompass, this sense of feeling caring and compassion. So, I want to very clearly state that Stoic compassion, it is both a powerful combination and very possible for you to cultivate both. And it's something that I have been working on. And I think it's something I'd love to see more people in the Stoic community become interested in combining these two to reach this really more powerful state of your practice of Stoicism. So I would like to share about how these two can work side by side and how we can cultivate both of them and how really they can be interconnected. So my story, why did I get involved with Stoicism and compassion cultivation? So a number of years ago, I went through a very stressful period in my life. I had two daughters within 2 years, and my husband worked long hours. I was trying to build my career as well. We were dealing with a lot of stresses in our day-to-day life. And just trying to get through the day sometimes was difficult, making sure that we fulfilled all our responsibilities and all the things I felt I, owed to my family and to my children and to my community and to my wider family and everything else really felt very difficult because I never really felt I could fulfill everything I wanted to do for others and for myself. I found Stoicism to be an extremely helpful way to reframe a lot of my thinking about how I was living and how I related with other people. And I started adopting that about 2015. And then pretty soon thereafter, I also became really concerned about the state of our world and our country, and the extreme partisanship in our politics, the constant sense of people judging and really throwing vitriol at each other, even in the public sphere. We witnessed a lot of that in this run up to the 2016 election here in the United States. I felt really disconnected and really concerned. I wanted to find new ways to kind of regain that feeling of caring and compassion and relating to others in a really more positive way, as opposed to constant negativity I saw around me. And even at work, I felt that too. So I was really fortunate because I discovered a program where I could learn about compassion cultivation. So I'll share a little bit about that with you. But first, since I think most of us here know a lot about what Stoicism is, I'd like to discuss what compassion is and help us get to a point where we can at least use that as sort of common language. What is compassion? From Latin, with suffering. It begins with acknowledging that all people face pain, loss, adversity in their lives. And the core of compassion is really being there for others and wishing them well, wishing them happiness and peace through difficult times when they do experience pain. This is a quote from James Doty, who is one of the co-founders of Compassion Cultivation Training and who's a MD and an author. He wrote, "Compassion is the recognition of the suffering of another, along with a desire to alleviate that suffering. The compassion cultivation training program that was developed at Stanford University, along with some folks from the Buddhist community, the Tibetan Buddhist community, it draws on psychology, neuroscience, contemplative practice, thinking from the medical world, as well as Buddhist traditions. The course is typically 8 weeks long. You can find these courses online now. When I took it, it was only in person, but now it's different. So I definitely urge you to consider looking into this. And there are other places that offer it aside from Stanford, but I did take it there at the time. So goals are to help build calm, focus, resilience. It can really improve the way that we relate to others and ourselves. And those were my goals. All of those were my goals when I got involved with this and took this course. Here's just a little bit more about things that you can do in this course and that you can do on your own if you maybe, follow a compassion cultivation by reading, by looking at videos online. You really do start with a core practice of mindfulness meditation, really to just settle your mind and focus your mind and get out of that everyday pressure and stress. And then there are ways that you grow your compassion and your loving kindness for other people and ultimately for yourself. One of the key messages is the common humanity of all people, which is also, we just learned about, very, very key to Stoicism as well. And you kind of look outside your circle. So when we talk about those concentric circles, it's not just you, it's not just your family, it's others in your community, and then ultimately others in the world. So it's a really interesting program. So we need compassion. Compassion allows us to be with that other person's pain without absorbing it into our own being. And I'll touch on how that relates to Stoicism a bit more in a few minutes. But we also have to preserve our own resilience in this process. Compassion for others will not run out if we kind of approach it in the right way, as long as we take care of our own inner resources. And just a side note is that I know some folks say that, well, if true Stoics are following their philosophy, they won't be suffering. And how can we really, do we really need to feel compassion outside of that? Well, first of all, we all have other loved ones, friends, colleagues, people in the world who are not actually practicing Stoics and who do experience a lot of adversity, and many of them are really, really suffering. And I think it's our role and our duty to actually care about these other folks and to be there and support them when we can, in the ways we can, in these sort of healthy, compassionate ways. And second, we ourselves as Stoics, we know we're not Stoic sages. At least I'll say that for myself. We're imperfect beings. That means we're bound to at some point experience negative emotions and potentially even suffering. So there is an elephant in this room that I do want to address, which is self-compassion. We also need to support and tend to ourselves. I will be speaking about self-compassion for a moment. Let me just. So what is self-compassion and why does it matter? Self-compassion is treating yourself as you would treat a friend. It's being warm, caring, and forgiving and supportive to yourself. So this is a type of energy we're talking about bringing to others through compassion, being there for them. We also want to bring this energy to ourselves when things are hard or when we go through adversity or we fail at something. Being mindful in this sense is also not over-identifying with negative feelings that we have, and recognizing that, we too are part of the common humanity. We often think about the others in that sense, especially people we're close with, but we kind of need to recognize that we too are human and make mistakes. We can fail, we can do something we're not happy with. The dirty secret here is that many people, especially in our culture, have very little self-compassion, and we're not necessarily raised or taught to have self-compassion in our competitive society. Kristen Neff has done a huge amount of research about this topic. I urge you to check out her selfcompassion.org. It's self-compassion.org website. And she has a self-compassion test there, which you can take to measure how compassionate are you towards yourself? How caring and supportive and forgiving are you towards yourself? It's really, really very revealing. In my case, I was not at all compassionate towards myself. I wrote a blog post called My Inner Dorian Gray a number of years ago, because inside I had a very distorted image of myself. It was eating away at the positive things that would happen in my life. I didn't really enjoy the positives. A lot of times I would just continue to talk to myself in a negative way, blame myself for everything, and experience a toxic perfectionism that really was not serving me well. And when I felt myself judging myself in this way, I knew this is not good. And this is something I'm now teaching to my two daughters. I did not want to continue to approach life that way. So I also became involved with self-compassion, and I actually attended a weekend seminar from Kristin Neff and Christopher Germer, who are practitioners of this, who teach about it and who have a workbook, which I also recommend. They spoke about the myths of self-compassion. I think it's very important to address this, just like we address the myths of Stoicism. People say things that are not really true and misconstruing what this is. People say, oh, if I have more compassion for myself, it will make me self-centered. It will make me soft. It will suck my motivation and my drive. I'll lower my standards and I'll just let things slide. And I'll just be this, sort of pathetic individual who or maybe just a really self-centered and narcissistic person. I am here to tell you that that is not the case. And there's actually research evidence that Kristin Neff and others have been developing over recent years that show that actually self-compassion makes us stronger, more resilient, and more able to bounce back from setbacks. Here's I just made a few notes on the slide to share some examples. So when we feel compassion for our own difficulties, we actually tend to address our own problems in more proactive ways. So if we fail a test, we can decide to go for tutoring instead of just, wallowing in our sadness about it or judging ourselves and saying, well, we'll never do well. Why should we bother? When we understand some failures are inevitable, we can actually forgive ourselves more. Then we set new goals. She did some very interesting writing about how people actually bounced back more, set better goals when they forgave themselves and kind of had the sense of, I can still keep trying in the moment to do better. And we realize that humans are imperfect. We can be kinder to ourselves. We can recognize ways to work on our shortcomings instead of just judging ourselves or hiding away or giving up or, taking it out on other people. So in that sense, in terms of the other people, I just want to mention that self-compassion, in addition to compassion itself, really benefits our relationships. So both sides of this, of course, we want to find ways to, in healthy ways, be there for others, but we also want to find ways to be there for ourselves. Self-compassionate people are more accepting of their partners. They're more willing to respect their partner's opinions and give them more freedom. And those who aren't self-compassionate are often seen as more controlling, more critical, inflexible, and self-centered. So it's because, in a way, if you aren't feeling this way about yourself, then you can't feel this way about others. You can't kind of forgive them or understand that they are also human. There's sort of a relationship between those two ideas there. This is a quote from Neff and Germer I just thought I'd quickly touch on. By being supportive towards ourselves in times of struggle, we gain the emotional resources needed to care for our significant others. We can place fewer demands on our partners, allowing them to be more fully themselves. Cultivating self-compassion is far from selfish. It gives us the resilience we need to build and sustain happy relationships in our lives. I really like that quote. So I'd like to touch on self-compassion versus self-esteem. I find this to be a very interesting topic. When I was growing up as a kid, we were told to develop our self-esteem. Now my daughters have been told that. My younger daughter had to do an exercise in her PE class about, we need to build our self-esteem. What's good about you? So that it was an interesting thing because she really kind of rejected the concept of it, probably because she's heard a little bit about these things from me. The fact is, self-esteem could be a little bit dangerous if that's where we build our own sense of self-worth. It's contingent. And this is something Kristen Neff goes into. It depends on how we do. So if you base your self-esteem on the idea you're good at math and then you get a bad math grade, suddenly you're not good anymore. And I've really witnessed this with my teenage kids. And of course, we're in a really achievement-driven culture when kids are in high school and they're trying to do well. And they can place a lot of emphasis on this notion of self-esteem via achievement. But it's really not very healthy for our self-image. It makes us really self-critical, and it teaches us to avoid situations where we could fail. So, there's another side to this too, where, in trying to prop ourselves up in this way, we need to feel special and above average. And there have been some studies that showed it led to increased narcissism, viewing ourselves as we have to have self-esteem based on something we are or do. So instead, self-compassion, I think, is a much, much better approach. It rests on knowing that we're imperfect, we will fail, everyone else does too, we're still valuable, we can be there for ourselves, knowing that we're just doing the best that we can. We can learn more resilience and bolster our self-worth. And I think it's very important for young people, but actually for all people, to think about this. So on to more of a definition of Stoic compassion, how in my practice, I'm trying to combine these two things. And I will tell you, this has really helped me to see a broader worldview around both my Stoicism and my compassion cultivation. So as I mentioned at the start, both are inexhaustible inner resources. We're growing them inside ourselves, and we grow them in our mindset, our attitude, our practices. We can transform the way we talk to ourselves, and we can kind of develop this more mindful approach using both of these strategies, both of these philosophies, I would say. And it's about how we're showing up for other people and for ourselves. I like this concept of a flame. For me, that was mentioned in compassion cultivation, I believe, by one of the key practitioners, of sort of this burning flame inside us or inside our heart, that we keep that flame stoked and burning, and we can then share that with other people, being with them and with ourselves. So it can improve our relationships with others and with ourselves. Here's a little bit more that I wanted to share about sort of the commonality of both of these, and how we can work together with Stoic practice and compassionate practice. So first of all, I think that this concept of remembering some things are in our power and others are not in our power to change is really fundamental. And I'll get into that even a little bit more in my next section, because I think that was, for me, one of the stumbling blocks when I was feeling so stressed and concerned, and feeling that I was at risk of losing that sense of how to be there for others and myself. I think it's this recognition that we cannot manipulate and change the entire world around us that helps us acknowledge that we have to be there for ourselves with others in tough times without fixing or changing those times for others or for ourselves. We have to be able to have that toleration for it and that strength. As I mentioned, common humanity throughout the circles of concern, all people can be included in these concepts, and we can work on staying in the moment. The mindfulness that is at the heart of a compassion practice is also at the heart of Stoicism for me, and especially reading Marcus Aurelius, I find that to be very powerful. Facing adversity is normal. This is throughout our Stoic thinking. We have the inner strength to tolerate it, and to tolerate the pain that others feel and that we ourselves feel. Using compassion, it is, to me, compassion is a critical piece here. We heard a little bit earlier about the daemon and the sense of reason, the piece of reason that we have inside ourselves. I love that discussion. We can let that really be our guide as we work with ourselves and others through Stoic compassion. So I think turning to the daemon inside of ourselves is going to help us with this as a concept. For me, compassion can be the missing piece that connects your Stoic practice to other humans and to kind of your sense of your own needs, as I mentioned earlier. If you unite the Stoic ruling center and this daemon with the compassion ability to support other people and yourself through adversity, you really increase the power of your practice, because it's sort of a more holistic view of how you're relating to other people. So it gets us even more past the stiff upper lip concept and past the it's just focused on the self concept of Stoicism that we know are not really accurate. Now, I'd like to talk for a moment about Stoic compassion versus empathy. We hear a lot in our society about empathy, how great empathy is, how we all need more empathy for other people, how what's missing is empathy when we don't treat others well. I think it's an interesting topic to discuss, because it's not entirely clear that empathy is really the right option. Both Stoicism and compassion cultivation acknowledge that only some things are up to us to control and fix. And oftentimes when we're relating to other people through the sense of empathy, this can be problematic. So empathy and emotional identification with this pain can go together. And it sounds okay in theory, but there are some flaws. And let me just highlight those for a moment. In empathy, the concept of it that is most universally used, you're putting yourself in the shoes of the suffering person. And you're sort of, I feel your pain, that idea. And a lot of times we have people in our lives who have a lot of pain and have a lot of suffering. And this can go on for many, many, many years. This is not something that just happens and is over. We can feel very emotionally drained, and we can experience what can be called empathy fatigue. This happens a lot with caregivers and medical professionals, but for any circumstance in your life where you may have relationships with people who are really suffering, it's very hard, because you begin to entangle your negative emotions with that person and their sense of fear and anger and hurt. You have powerlessness because you cannot actually fix the other person's problems, and you can't make different choices for that person. So sometimes this really can lead to a withdrawal from the suffering person and from the person who's in pain, because you get frustrated, you get tired, you feel sort of this despair of like, wow, this will never change. I can never do anything for this person. And you might just actually leave that relationship or cut off that relationship. And I'd like to share this quote from Epictetus, because this is, to me, a really interesting Stoic approach to compassion. I think it shows the recognition that maybe empathy itself isn't quite the right approach, but compassion instead is a good one. Whenever you see someone in tears, distraught because they're parted from a child, or have met with some material loss, be careful lest the impression move you to believe that their circumstances are truly bad. Have ready the reflection that they are not upset by what happened, because other people are not upset when the same thing happens to them, but by their own view of the matter. Nevertheless, you should not disdain to sympathize with them, at least with comforting words, or even to the extent of sharing outwardly in their grief. But do not commiserate with your whole heart and soul. So in a sense, we're kind of protecting our whole heart and soul so that we can stay resilient and we can stay able to keep giving, hence the inexhaustible resource. And there was a very interesting study that I believe it was Mathieu Ricard, who has been a very famous practitioner of Buddhism and meditator. And they did some studies where I think he went into an fMRI machine and was asked to show empathy towards someone who was suffering. And he did this, and he just came out looking drained and exhausted. And then he was asked to show compassion in the same, and his brain waves were measured, and it just lit up his entire brain. In the empathy exercise, I think he actually changed halfway through and said, I'm going to feel compassion instead. And this is someone who's extremely practiced in all of these techniques, sees the difference between these two approaches. The compassion approach being, I will share the flame that's within me with you. I will continue to shoot that light, that heat, that warmth towards you, rather than saying, I will feel that I have to be you, or that I have to have the same suffering that you have at this moment. I found that to be a fascinating discussion. Now, we don't have too much time right here for exercises, but I did want to share that there are ways you can work on this yourself and with groups together, as I have done, and in workshops and courses. Kind of beginning with the mindfulness is very helpful. It settles your mind and gets you into this other space. I think I'll share really briefly a self-compassion moment with you, and then I'll touch on what a loving kindness meditation is that helps you to be compassionate towards yourself and others. And I'll mention journaling and reflection. So we can all try this really briefly here just for a moment. The self-compassion moment that I'd like to share is, if you think about something you're stressed about or something that's been hard for you or some adversity you're facing or you're feeling down about, you can simply put your hand or both your hands over your heart, or you can sort of hug yourself or touch your own belly and take deep breaths and just remind yourself, tell yourself, this is hard right now, but I will make it through. Simply doing this for 5 minutes can actually help a great deal. We did this in the workshop that I took with Kristen Neff and Christopher Germer. I found it very powerful, and it's really just a few minutes. I think there's great Stoic versions we could do of this. Something like, as long as I trust my ruling center, I will be okay. Or other things you can tell yourself from your Stoic practice to bring that compassion to yourself. Create whatever phrase works for you. And just lastly, very quickly, I won't go through this whole thing, but there is a tradition of loving kindness meditation, and it's really powerful for compassion. It's essentially wishing well, wishing happiness, peace, and freedom from suffering for yourself and then for others, and going out and out and out in that concentric circle idea. And you actually can also choose people that you don't feel favorable towards for whatever reason, and kind of completely extend those circles of concern towards others and imagine them. I think this is something you can do in journaling and in self-reflection as well. Journaling is a great Stoic tradition. So I think writing, one thing Kristen Neff recommends, write a letter to yourself as a friend. How would a friend talk to you about some of your struggles? Journal about those who are tough to feel compassionate for in your life, and try to think about, what are they going through? Imagine what they experience. Can we think about bringing that flame to them? So, and in self-reflection, this will be the last slide I show. Reflect on what's in your power and what's not in your relationships. And this really helps, because sometimes you think, oh, this person's telling me again about this problem. I need to fix it for that person. I need to somehow change that situation. And really, if you can't, then you get that fatigue starting to set in. So if you remind yourself of that, you think about ways you can be present for them, even just sitting next to a person, even just bringing them a cup of tea, being able to listen and tolerate what they're going through can make a huge difference. And reflect on how you can just help others, even if they're not maybe closest to you. So I think I'll stop there. And thank you so much for listening and for being interested in this topic today. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you, Meredith. We do have a couple of minutes, so we're going to, I think we can answer a couple of quick questions before we move on to our next section. So I think one of the earlier questions I saw was from Jamie Ryder, which said, how do you resolve the inner citadel idea, this idea of, creating a bulwark around yourself with this idea of compassion?
Well, I think that's really what I'm trying to emphasize in the difference between compassion and empathy. Because I think if we view it as we have to feel the other person's pain and suffering, we will really drain ourselves. But if we view it as we kind of are doing this in order to build and cultivate our inner citadel, and we can be fortified from within by these resilience building practices, then we are very strong in order to radiate that towards others and to help others just by kind of our presence. And I mean, I have witnessed this in some of the trainings I did, or the videos I watched about this, where it's really evident the people who have this within themselves and are able to share that in an effective way. So I don't really see a contradiction in terms of this kind of practice.
Okay, and then one other theme I saw, and this will be our last question for this for our Q&A for today, was there were a couple of questions or comments themed around this idea of self-compassion versus self-indulgence. Where does that line, is there a line between the two? Like, how do you identify between the two, and which, how do you avoid going to down that negative path?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think I did try to touch on that a bit with this idea that it can make some people feel that you'll be too soft on yourself, or you'll be too self-centered or too narcissistic. I think it's much more that actually being self-compassionate makes us not wallow in our own problems, because we realize, okay, I made a mistake. That was unfortunate, moving on. Setting a new goal. This research shows that you actually will be able to set a new goal more effectively if you view your issues, problems, mistakes with forgiveness. So I don't actually believe that it does make us just completely self-centered. I think it's actually kind of the opposite if we use it effectively.
Okay, well, over to you, Brittany.
Thank you, Meredith. That was incredibly valuable. And looking at the comments, I see that many people found it very helpful. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on now to our quick share videos pre-recorded by Stoics from all walks of life. Some of our contributors are in traditionally caregiving roles, such as parents or teachers, but others are lawyers, prison officials, or mentors. The key takeaway is that no matter what you do in life, you have an opportunity to care. Our video presenters are Andy Small, David Press, Leah Goldrick, Nona Maiorano, Ryan Racine, Kellis Rodriguez, and Kevin Murphy. If you'd like more information about these excellent speakers, you can find their bios on the conference webpage.
Hi, I'm Nona Maiorano. I am a member of the New England Stoics. Actually, I'm the secretary, and I've been asked to present to you how my stoical practicing life has influenced and does still continue to influence other people, and how maybe my path, although I have a different vocation than you, my path is also something that you may like to adopt in your daily thinking, to inspire others and to be a stoical example, practitioner, leader, and mentor. My job, so to speak, is I am a dressage instructor. And what is dressage? It's a form of horsemanship that is akin to ballroom dancing or figure skating, couples figure skating. It's pretty much an art form more than a sport. And in doing this, I have the privilege of many people coming to me to learn how to be their personal best. It's a discipline that requires discipline. I have reached the level of an FEI trainer. What does that mean? That means I have the ability to train to international levels. So, in other words, a big deal. However, after so many years of 40 years, I would think that that should happen. But even with all those years under my belt, much like my stoical practices and lifestyle, there is still much to learn. So I seem to be attracted to those things that require the best of me throughout my life and never give up trying to still be my personal best. With that being said, much like my stoical lifestyle, I still have to study, practice, and do all those things that keep developing me towards being a sage. Of course, no one is ever a sage. One must leave the planet to be the sage, but doesn't stop us from trying. And in our stoical practices, that's where we can hone our abilities to become the leaders of ourselves, because we can't lead anyone else if we can't lead ourselves. And therefore, Stoicism is a form of self-care. You learn how to be the best leader of yourself, and therefore you can take that forward towards the people that come your way as a mentor, guide, someone to bring stability into other people's lives through reasoning rather than emotion. With my teaching, I have a lot of young people that come my way. I get an opportunity, especially with a lot of young ladies, to guide them in their life through this medium that they've chosen to learn their life's lessons by. Yes, I do teach them dressage and the technical aspects thereof. However, I also find this the opportunity to guide them in whatever path that they're seeking. Because many times people come thinking they're learning dressage, but what they're really learning is about themselves. And if they allow me into their life in a very positive way, I try to use my filters of putting all decisions that I make through virtue, wisdom, justice, meaning is it a good decision for everyone? And then the courage to implement those decisions, because sometimes people don't like the message and blame the messenger. But I also have learned that I cannot do it for them. I can guide them, but I cannot do it for them. And in doing these practices and keeping up with it, by keep studying the discipline of action and the discipline of desire, and then incorporating it all through the discipline of assent, when people are put before me, I see it not only as my availability to be an example, I see it as my responsibility to not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. And as we know, people respect more those that actually perform and do more than they say. So without ever saying I'm a practicing Stoic, I stay a practicing Stoic. And within that, it's given me many opportunities that has been so rewarding and enriching to my life. And as a teacher of things, usually being a teacher, one has to stay ahead of one's students. So it also keeps me on my toes, keeps me practicing, studying. And the true goal is to build community. When we become leaders of ourselves, then we become leaders of our family, friends, and community. And with that privilege that comes my way through that which I do daily, it has given me the greatest honor to serve and to be a guide. So I hope that this has inspired you, and thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan, and I am a teacher from Canada. I'm excited today to talk about how Stoicism can not only help teachers care for others, but also themselves. I want to start by providing some background about my current role in education. I currently teach at-risk students who have either been suspended or expelled from their high schools. You can imagine, therefore, how stressful my work environment could get. I am faced with unique obstacles every day related to not only planning for my students, but also finding ways to effectively manage their behaviors. There have been numerous times when I have questioned whether I'm cut out for this job and if I'm truly making a difference. The words of the ancient Stoics have helped me remain sane during these tough moments, in particular, guiding me on how to care wisely. In the Enchiridion, Epictetus says that, quote, "Whenever someone does you wrong or speaks ill of you, remember that he is doing what he thinks is proper. He can't possibly be guided by what appears right to you, but only by what appears right to him." I always remind myself of this powerful quote throughout the school day. Caring for our students involves having an understanding that they, like us, are imperfect and may be going through a number of personal issues that stem from their home life. They may be taking out their frustrations on us because we're the only person that shows any sort of affection towards them, and we're simply caught in the line of fire. As teachers, we cannot always take insults personally. We also can't over-identify and blame ourselves for things outside of our control, such as if one of our students always gets into conflicts in the hallway with their peers because they can't interpret social cues. At the same time, we still have to ensure our students are disciplined for their actions to make sure our classroom remains a safe place for everyone. Following through on consequences is an important component of caring for our students because it teaches them about boundaries and how to behave virtuously in the world. Caring wisely also involves striving towards eudaimonia or excellence in our lives, and especially when we are working as teachers. How do we go about doing this? We should be putting in the proper time to prepare for the school day. This involves preparing engaging lessons, finding ways to get to know our students and their many interests, differentiating our instruction to better allow for authentic learning to take place, and providing equitable assessments that account for student voice. If we are recycling old pedagogical methods that are not effective, but we're doing so because it's easy, we're not doing our best to set our students, as well as ourselves, up for success in the here and now and in the future. We should also remember that standing up for what is right and just is an important part of caring. In fact, it is one of the 4 Stoic virtues. If we notice our students are bullying others, we need to disrupt this and explicitly teach them why what they're doing is wrong. If we lack proper resources or our class sizes are becoming unreasonably large, we have to be willing to stand up for systematic change as best as we can. While I have spoken so far about caring for others, it's also important that teachers take the time to care for themselves. Self-care obviously looks different for everyone. It could mean going for a walk, watching your favorite show, or getting together with friends. I cannot tell you what to do for self-care, but the advice I can give, as highlighted in Stoic philosophy, is to try your best to take a minimalist approach to your schedule so that there is time for it. While the Stoics did not necessarily address self-care as we have come to know it today, they did stress the importance of making good use of the time we have on earth. We may have possessions, but all these things can be replaced. Time is the only thing that we can never get back. Therefore, we need to be conscious of what we spend our time doing and not doing. For example, are we neglecting time with our family and friends on the weekend because we're always trying to get ahead on things like marking or answering student emails? Similar to what we do when we go through old clothes in a crowded closet, figure out what obligations can be tossed away in order to help minimize stress and maximize fulfillment. This process is especially important to apply to your teaching commitments. Maybe you coach 4 different teams, you're on 2 committees, and you're planning on taking more additional qualification courses on the side. Trust me, I've been there many times. Instead of saying yes to everything and continuing on the path to burnout, take the time to reflect on what you can cut out. To conclude, I hope this talk provides not just teachers, but anyone who deals with children with some useful tips on how to care wisely.
Mi nombre es Kelly Rodríguez y soy la fundadora y facilitadora de la STOA Madrid. Primero quiero agradecer a Stoics Care por traer a la palestra, por poner en primer lugar un aspecto que consideramos en la STOA Madrid un componente fundamental de lo que significa ser estoico. Es decir, la capacidad de cuidar no solo de nuestros hijos y de nuestra familia más cercana, sino de toda la comunidad e incluso del medio ambiente. En la STOA Madrid consideramos que ser estoico implica un compromiso social, una necesidad profundamente humana de conectar con otros y hacer lo que esté en nuestra mano para ayudar a aquellos que lo necesitan. Por ello hemos creado nuestro programa de voluntariado social que lleva por nombre Una conversación puede cambiar vidas. En la STOA pensamos que el voluntariado es un camino de ida y vuelta. En la relación que se entabla con la persona asistida, se establece una conexión tanto de virtudes como de experiencias en donde ambas partes aprenden. Nuestro objetivo con el voluntariado es ir al encuentro de personas que se encuentran en situación de vulnerabilidad y exclusión social y a través de una conversación constante y una relación cercana, generar nuevos vínculos que nos permitan compartir experiencias e incluso intentar poner luz sobre la virtud. Ya tuvimos como grupo durante la pandemia una experiencia de este tipo. Fue el caso de Joshua, una persona inmigrante que no hablaba el idioma en situación de calle en las calles de Madrid. Como grupo aunamos nuestras fuerzas y nuestras ideas para ayudarle a salir de esa situación. Y a través del acompañamiento constante, la conversación, le invitamos a nuestro grupo, el STOA Madrid, para conversar con nosotros, conversar y comentar su experiencia de vivir en la calle, qué situación le llevó a vivir allí. Y poco a poco fuimos ayudándole a creer que otra posibilidad y que otra vida podía ser posible después de 3 años de vivir en la calle. Estamos convencidos que el éxito de esta intervención fue ayudarle a sentirse apoyado, crear nuevos vínculos en su vida, nuevas formas de ver la situación que estaba viviendo, intentar aportar luz sobre las virtudes de la situación en la que estaba viviendo y también las áreas en donde podía estarse equivocando. Para nosotros, por supuesto, fue una experiencia grupal maravillosa. A través de los ojos de Joshua pudimos experimentar, en cierta forma, lo que significa vivir en la calle y también romper los miedos, darnos cuenta que incluso viviendo en la calle hay formas de sobrevivir, hay formas de encontrar otra comunidad. Y sobre todo aprendimos el valor y la importancia de acercarse a otras personas, de preocuparse por otras personas, cumplir el rol de lo que significa ser humano. Ahora que se han flexibilizado las formas de contacto después del pico más alto de la pandemia, estamos relanzando nuestro programa de voluntariado y queremos invitar a todo el mundo, incluso si no estás en Madrid, incluso si no estás en España, a animarte a participar en nuestro programa de voluntariado. Vamos a ofrecer una sesión gratuita de orientación del voluntariado, de lo que significa ser voluntario, de las habilidades que es necesario tener para mantener esa conversación, y a partir de allí empezaremos a hacer intervenciones en localidades aquí en Madrid y en la ciudad donde tú te encuentres. Te animaremos y te orientaremos de cómo hacer estas intervenciones, cómo empezar a hacer las conexiones con personas que pueden necesitar de tu ayuda. Para participar te invitamos a visitar nuestra web stoamadrid.es, escribirnos un correo donde indiques que te interesa participar en el voluntariado, unirte a nuestro gimnasio estoico donde practicamos las virtudes, donde ponemos en práctica ejercicios que nos permiten que en esa conexión con otros podamos realmente dar lo mejor de nosotros y compartir realmente lo que significa cultivar las virtudes.
Hi, I'm Leah Goldrick, mother of 2 children, and my website is Common Sense Ethics. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about how Stoicism helps me care for my children, and more specifically, how speaking the language of the virtues helps me as a parent. Using the language of the virtues not only acquaints children with virtues, but empowers the behaviors that flow from those virtues. And I'm going to give you 4 tips on how to do this in your parenting. Tip number 1 is use virtues, not labels. So let's say your child does something that they could have hurt themselves or someone else. And instead of saying something that is sort of labeling them, like, are you crazy? Instead, you could say, that was a dangerous thing to do. Please have more self-control, or please be more gentle. So instead of labeling something in the negative, you would want to point out the virtue that could be used in the situation, whether that's kindness or courage, gratitude, helpfulness, and so on. Tip number 2 is use virtues to correct. Focus on what the child should do. So, for example, say your child hits their sibling, you could say, be peaceful, use your words, not your hands. And then you're focusing on the virtue of peacefulness. Or depending on the situation, you could say, what virtue do you need to use right now? Or what virtue could you call upon right now? And that challenges your child to think and to grow. Tip number 3, look for teachable moments and emphasize virtues. So I had a good example of this recently. I gave one of my children an applesauce pouch as a snack, and they said, I don't want this. So I said to them, how could you show more gratitude in this situation? What could you do to show gratitude? So tip number 4, acknowledge your child's effort and improvement. You can say to them things like, doing that took courage, or that took self-discipline. And you particularly want to acknowledge when a child has done something that you know doesn't come easily to them, or that they've struggled with in the past. So for example, if you offered your child an applesauce pouch again and they didn't want it, they could say, no thank you, I'd rather have yogurt, or something like that. So I'd just like to say finally that I don't think using this type of parenting comes particularly easily. It doesn't necessarily to me, but I sometimes find myself in sort of default mode of stop that, don't do that. But if you train yourself to do this, it becomes a habit, and then the virtues just become more apparent in your family and to you and your children through your parenting. And so I'd like to thank the conference organizers for allowing me to speak, and I really hope that this short talk has been useful and informative to you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm David Press. I currently work in the mental health field as a skills clinician. I teach developmentally disabled people coping mechanisms to manage their mental health. Today I'll talk about how I practice Stoicism to deal with my autism, ADD, anxiety, and depression, and how my practice helps me care for my clients who struggle with the same symptoms. First, let me be clear. My education is in journalism and teaching literature, and not psychiatry. But I hope this helps anyway. Long before I started practicing Stoicism, I believed, as Seneca does, that reflective writing is a key tool to living a mentally healthy life. I started looking into Stoicism before becoming a father for the first time in 2016. But it started to click with me when I listened to William Irvine's Stoic Path series on the Waking Up app. Irvine's talk on the trans life meditation helped me reframe why I work as a skills clinician. It is designed to put myself in someone else's shoes. My clients would love to struggle to get their kids into a car seat or drive them to school. Irvine also explains about how a human being has a three-part brain: the reptilian or instinctual part, mammalian or emotional part, and a rational part. For my clients, myself, and even my two kids who are 5 and under, the reptilian and mammalian brains gang up and cause a hot tub full of negative emotions. The first step I take in caring for my clients is understanding that we're all a little bit on the autism spectrum, which means that we have a hard time focusing our rational brains to understand how our behavior impacts others. We are controlled by the instinctual and emotional parts of the brain, but what Stoicism has taught me is that rational social behavior can be trained and strengthened to use the instinctual and emotional horses to move the cart in a good direction. The second step is I find my client's inner citadel. I have a middle-aged client who has PTSD, ADHD, and communicates through sign language, but he can also solve a New York Times crossword puzzle in 30 minutes. He also loves to read and do math problems when he isn't serving the community with Meals on Wheels. After reading Donald Robertson's How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, I realized that counting to 10 and copying news stories are a coping mechanism that helps him deal with angry outbursts. I also work with teenagers and their parents. My teen client has the same diagnosis as me, and is responding well to Stoic psychological techniques. The current issue for my teen and his parents is his angry reaction when his parents ask him to clean up after himself. What I've coached them on highlights these 3 aspects from Brittany Palat's Tranquility Parenting. 1, you're in control of yourself and not other people. 2, treat others how you want to be treated. And 3, don't get upset, just do it. Those Nike marketing folks were on to something. Both of us struggle with task initiation due to ADHD, so I have a 5-minute rule. If something takes 5 minutes or less, I do it right then and there. For the first time in 3 months, he's been able to clean up after dinner without getting into an argument with his parents. And the third step is internalizing your goals with your clients. You must be patient. Progress takes a long time, and often it feels like you're wasting your time. Please understand that you're not alone. When setting your internal goal, William Irvine writes, what Epictetus means is a trichotomy of control. There are things I have control over, some control, and no control. I have no control that I was born with autism and ADD, and neither did my clients. But I have some control over the resulting symptoms of anxiety and depression, and so do they. I have total control of showing up prepared to have a good session with a client and help them tell their story. It's ultimately up to them if they want to change. My inner citadel is writing in my notebooks, developing comic books and prose stories. For the first client, I discussed it's reading and copying news stories. And for my teen client, it's gardening. See, we all know how to live in accordance with nature. My education as a writing teacher helped me develop into a skills clinician because I believe it's my purpose in life to help people write their story. That's why I practice Stoicism. I know the best story I'll ever write is the one about a neurodivergent person who teaches his kids and clients how to live a life of self-control, courage, fairness, and wisdom. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my name's Andy Small. I work for Her Majesty's Prison Service in England, where I'm in charge of a physical education department. We teach prisoners how to do regular gym stuff, how to be personal trainers and spinning instructors, and also we teach them Stoic philosophy. I got involved in Stoicism many years ago to help my best friend who was suffering with depression. Unfortunately, he committed suicide, but the skills that I learned to try and teach him helped me through his death. I realised that the skills of Stoicism could be fantastic for prisoners in our care in the prison system. So I tracked down a guy in America called Jeff Traylor, who is a psychologist and an author. He sent me the course that he ran in the prisons there. I adapted it and turned it into a 16-session course for the men in the prison, which has proved to be very successful. Of the course, there are 3 main building blocks that we like to double down on, and I'd like to share those with you now. The first of our building blocks is our perceptions of the world. So as Epictetus said, people are not disturbed by things, but by the view which they take of those things. Now, for a prisoner, that might be, you ask them the worst day of their life, they might say that was the day that they came to prison. But viewed from a different perspective, as an old man who's lived a happy life, they could then change their mind and think that was the best day of my life because that was the day where I started the journey to make changes for the rest of my life. As Shakespeare said, nothing is good or bad, but thinking makes it so. So it's about our perceptions of the world and events. The second of our building blocks is an effective assorting of events. So again, a quote from Epictetus is, happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding that some things are within our control and some things are not. So it boils down to these 4 things which are in our control. What we think, what we say, how we act, and the goals that we set. If we focus fully on those 4 things, then our lives will go well. So we've got to learn to set the goals and then let the results go. Because the results of our actions are never ours. They're always someone else's. So if we can focus on the things we genuinely control, our lives will be better. The third of our building blocks is our purpose in life. So as Marcus Aurelius said to himself, get busy with life's purpose, toss aside empty hopes, get active in your own rescue if you care for yourself at all, and do it while you can. Because time's running out for us. So what does it mean then to have purpose in our life? Well, we've got to start, first of all, we've got to think of ourselves. We've got to sort ourselves out and think, what do we want from life? And it's a big question, but we can break it into manageable chunks where we can start thinking about what roles we play in life. So you could be a son, a daughter, a father, a mother. You can have a job and what you're going to do in your job. What roles do you need to perform in your job? What about your personal exercise? You can break life down into these manageable chunks. And then a big part of what we should all do is help each other. To find true happiness in life, we should help each other. So think of when you help an old lady across the road with her shopping, you get a good feeling. Well, if you times that by about 100, then you can have lots of good feelings from the work that you do. So I'm encouraging you now to step outside of yourself to help everybody else, using some of the Stoic skills you learn. I'm just a normal English bloke who likes sitting in the pub and drinking beer and throwing a few weights around. But from the work that I've done with Stoicism, I then help people in my community. I run Stoic sessions for my community and also for the Aurelius Foundation. And I get an enormous feeling of doing good for people in my society by stepping out of myself and helping them. I'm actually helping myself, so it's almost selfish by helping people. So I encourage you all now to step outside of yourself with some of the Stoic practices that you've learned and help people around you. Anyway, stay Stoic, my friends.
Hello, my fellow Stoics. My name's Kevin Murphy. I'm the founder of StoicAttorneys.com. We're a new organization that's designed to address the unique challenges attorneys, judges, and other legal practitioners face in our everyday professional lives. I myself first studied Stoicism when I was in college as a political science undergrad with a concentration in public law. Whenever I would read the ancients, we really had a focus on social governance. But about 13 years later, in 2015, I picked up a copy of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations and reread it. And it was like I read it with fresh eyes. It was exactly what I needed to hear at exactly the right time. And it's really been extremely impactful in the most positive way on my personal life and professionally. Some of the ways that I find Stoicism helps me in my professional life is in all aspects of my legal practice. When I'm interacting with my clients, they're typically going through very difficult situations, and the idea of memento mori always helps me remind them and to redirect the conversation to the most important salient life factors that they need to consider. I also find the dichotomy of control helps me to consistently remind them that we're not in control of the other side. We can only control our own actions, and we're going to take the best actions designed to protect them in any given situation. In all earnestness, as an attorney, it might surprise some people to hear that my opposition can oftentimes be somewhat infuriating or upsetting. And yeah, I think it's easy to be angry when you're emotionally invested in your clients. And Stoicism has allowed me to really take a step back so that even in the face of the most, adverse, nasty opponent, to remain polite and professional. And I find that by staying level-headed, it helps me to get my clients the best results. Really, Stoicism, the biggest benefit is for me as my own person. It forces me to hold myself to the highest ethical standards. And as attorneys, we're supposed to be governed by our own moral compass. And, based on the volume of bad lawyer jokes that I'm sure the members of the audience know more than I might, I think the profession has fallen far short of that. And that's what prompted me to start Stoic Attorneys and to really try to share my understanding of what it means to live in accord with nature and to act with the utmost integrity, professionalism, while being a zealous advocate for my clients. And which I think enables me to be the most effective advocate. So my recommendation or advice for anybody new to Stoicism is to get involved. Congratulations that you're here today at this amazing conference. There's a ton of resources, there's a wealth of knowledge, and there's a bunch of great people for you to interact with. And I would just encourage you to get involved with whatever Stoic organization is most suited for you, because I find once you really introduce yourself into the community, it's self-perpetuating. We help bring each other up. As they say, a rising tide lifts all boats. And I guess I'd say, from one aspiring sage walking my own Prokopton to all of you, I hope to meet you in person. And I'm so proud to be a part of this conference here today. And thank you very much. I wish you all well on your Stoic path.
I hope you enjoyed those inspiring speakers as much as we all did today. Remember, you can find bios and contact information for the video presenters on our conference webpage. Right now, it's time for a short break. We'll restart the conference promptly at 12 Eastern, That's 5 British summertime. So see you back soon.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for rejoining us. We're so happy to see you at the Stoics Care conference. For those of you just now joining, you can find our complete program on the conference website. And whether you're joining us on Zoom or YouTube, you're welcome to enter comments and questions for the speakers in the chat box. We just ask that you be very respectful and try to stay focused on the speaker who is speaking at that moment. We will get to as many questions as we have time for. And now let's move on to our next talk, a guided meditation from Stoic Dan. Dan Lampert, aka Stoic Dan, is the organizer of 7 philosophy meetups, including Orlando Stoics. He's also a public speaker on Stoicism, minimalism, and American transcendentalism, and he often connects these topics with civil discourse, common ground, and women in philosophy. Dan has presented at multiple Stoicon and Stoicon X conferences, and he conducts interviews with Stoic scholars for the Stoic Fellowship quarterly newsletter. Welcome, Stoic Dan.
Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate your inviting me here today to speak. I wanted to explore in this short meditation, what would the mental journey be of someone who is wanting to care more for others and yet also care for themselves. So I put together some slides that will help us go through these items. And I'm trying to share right now. Phil, if you could let me share my screen. The slides that I put together are different practical steps for how we can achieve this. Thank you very much. There we go. So we're going to get started right away. I like to start our discussions about community and harmony with Marcus Aurelius. The mind is such an interesting thing, but it is the source of our reasoning power. This is something that Stoics often talk about. And I think this reasoning and rationality, once we can maintain it, it will help us focus more on our lives, what we want to include and what we don't want to include. In this quote here, Marcus says in Meditations, Book 8, "Therefore the mind freed from passions is an impenetrable fortress. A person has no more secure place for refuge for all time." Well, I think this is going to be my starting point on how we can care better for ourselves and others. We have to have our clear thoughts on this topic. And for those of you who have read Marcus before, you know, he sometimes implies about protecting your fortress. In this day and age, we have a lot of strings that are pulling on us, pulling in all directions. So if we're going to focus on care for ourselves and others, we need to start here. Next, I move to Montaigne. We need to ask ourselves, what are we going to sacrifice for caring for others? Brittany and Adam mentioned it in their welcome talk. Being aware that we might burn ourselves out. And I think here, if we think about care for others, we of course need to give our time and energy, but we should not sacrifice our health. This quote from Montaigne in the 1500s says, "Who does not willingly exchange health, tranquility, and life itself for reputation and glory, the most useless, worthless, and counterfeit coin that circulates among us?" Well, of course, here we have to remember that seeking that fame and glory is a danger area, but we're trying to focus on the virtuous side today, the actual caring for the other. And I think another thing Montaigne was hinting at here in the 1500s, this is kind of an interesting chronological thing, is he's telling us those famous emergency airplane instructions. You must put on your oxygen mask first before you can help another. I think that's a really insightful thing. All right, well, let's move on to the next item, which is forgiveness. And when others are trying to help us, sometimes they may try to be helpful, but in the wrong way. And so we need to allow for some forgiveness if things come across as negative or even as insulting. Some people will try to give constructive criticism, but it won't come through the right way. So here, Marcus says in Meditations, Book 7, it is a peculiarity of man to love even those who stumble. This happens when it occurs to you that they are kinsmen, that they do wrong through ignorance and without intent. So that's a really a quote that I keep in my book of notes, you might say. But let's move on to a modern book. This is a picture of Ward Farnsworth. And in his book, The Practicing Stoic, Chapter 7, he says this: we have considered one problem associated with social life, the irrational desire for the good opinion of others. Another problem, really the other side of the same issue, involves the irrational dread of criticism. Now, this is a modern problem that we have. Stoics already know that if we receive criticism, we should think slowly about it. We should not react quickly. We might, at our best, we might say that if we are trying to do self-improvement, we should listen to those criticisms and see perhaps if there's some element of truth in there, some way to improve ourselves. And if so, we should gladly take action on that and improve ourselves, not worrying about having made a mistake in the past. That's just in the past. All right, seeking virtue. I always like to include a quote from Aristotle because he came up with many timeless bits of wisdom. And this one comes from the Nicomachean Ethics. He tells us how humans should act in line with virtue. He says, quote, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit." This is a really short line, a very timeless line. And I think that Aristotle, this is in my opinion, I think that he's quite an optimist. He's showing us how we can pursue excellence and virtue in our lives. But Aristotle also recognized that humans are weak-willed. And so we must train ourselves. This path to virtue, or in today's context, the path to caring for others, is not just something we can think about. We have to do it. We actually have to will ourselves to do it. And here we are with reputation. This is another quote from Marcus. And in terms of caring for others, I think that sometimes people, when we do care for others, they are going to express their care to us in return. This, of course, will feel good, but we need to remember that ultimately these feelings of others and our reputation among others is an external. And so we must not depend upon it. We must not attach to it. Marcus says here in book 4 of Meditations, he says, "Look at the speed with which everything is forgotten, the vast gulf of boundless time on either side of us, the emptiness of applause, the changeable, undiscriminating nature of those who seem to praise, and the tiny space in which it all takes place." That's a really good one. All right, I'm coming to the end here because time is running out, but I want to talk briefly about humility. This is a concept that's covered again in The Practicing Stoic, the book by Ward Farnsworth. This comes from chapter 3, and Ward says very succinctly that we should be more humble in our goings and comings. We should collaborate more with other people, and we should avoid thinking, quote, "I want this or that." In other words, that's how, in a very practical sense, much like those circles of Heracles that we saw in an earlier presentation, here's one simple way we can put that into practice, is stop thinking so much about oneself. I need also to mention a great quote that comes from the Dr. Martin Luther King speech. Actually, it was his last sermon. I think that was February of 1968. He said these powerful words: "If you want to be important, wonderful. If you want to be recognized, wonderful. If you want to be great, wonderful. But recognize that he who is greatest among you shall be your servant. That's the new definition of greatness. Those words really stick with me. All right, coming to the end here. Normally I would conclude with the Stoic line, but recently I've been studying the existentialists from the 1940s and 50s, like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. And there is an interesting and rare interview with Simone de Beauvoir on YouTube that you can watch. It was published by Epoch Philosophy. I encourage you to Google that later, Epoch Philosophy. And in that speech, de Beauvoir is talking about how you can find happiness through purpose in caring for others. She specifically covered that topic. And I think here the existentialists and the Stoics are very much along the same path. She says in that interview, what guides us is precisely concern for others in large part, and also concern for one's own happiness. The two are inextricably linked because each of us is bound to all, and no one can be realized except through and with others. Well, I think she's talking about more than just happiness there. She's talking about how that existential angst can be reduced and we can find our potential. And in Stoic terms, that means following virtue and being a success as a Stoic, to be able to transcend those things. So that's what I've got for you today. If you'd like to see the quotes from my speech today, I have published it on my website, stoicdan.com. It's a link in the upper right corner called Stoic Saturdays, and you can download that for free. Also, my website has information on my 3 Stoic groups, Orlando Stoics, Tampa Stoics, and Daytona Stoics. Everyone is welcome there. And you can join my YouTube channel also. Thanks very much, Brittany and Adam. I appreciate being here today.
Thank you, Dan, for those inspiring quotes from a lot of great thinkers. We'll now move on to Kai Whiting to tell us some practical steps towards Stoic sustainability. Kai is a Stoicism and sustainability researcher and university lecturer based at the Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. He's also the co-author of Being Better, Stoicism for a World Worth Living In. In Being Better and elsewhere, he discusses how we might approach many contemporary issues, including education, socioeconomic inequality, and climate breakdown from a Stoic perspective. Welcome, Kai.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Thank you very much. Well, I think I was going to talk a little bit more about the Heracles circles of concern, but I think Johncock did such a good job that I'll just say what we added to it, because there's nothing else I can really say which does it justice after that wonderful presentation. So Will mentioned Heracles circles of concern, the idea that Stoicism is an individual, so in many ways, but it's not individualistic. But in 2018, Leonidas Konstantikos and I, along with a couple of others, thought very hard about what about the planet? What about the environment? What about Earth? Do we not have obligations towards Earth? Is that not something we should care for, as Eve Richards and Brittany Pollack talk a lot about? Is that not something we should be concerned about? I'm going to put forward a little bit of a case and some practical steps as to why I think, at least, that it is Stoic, based on the logocentric approach to include aspects of the planet in the way that we think about our daily lives. So Brittany did a really good introduction, so I won't talk too much here, but some of the ideas that I'm discussing here are more in depth in Being Better, the book that I wrote with Leonidas Konstantikos. So just before I make my case, I do need to give some key Stoic ideas, just because otherwise, how would I argue a case if I don't argue from the foundations of Stoicism, as adding anything new, so to speak, to ancient Stoicism is quite an ask to the audience. So a lot of people do think that Stoicism is just for the individual, but I like to think about it as keeping the ball up in the air. So when we are the best ball player in Stoicism, it's not that we have necessarily the best technique of everyone in the team, but we do our best to keep that ball in the air for our benefit and everybody else's. So this is the sort of aspect of the good life. It is pro-social. It is communal in most contexts, unless you're the sage or on the rack. And when we think about what the good life is, what do we mean? Well, we don't necessarily mean it's pleasant. It's not always nice to be the person jumping around, keeping the ball up in the air. So it's not always nice. It's not always pleasant, but it's about using our agency to live according to nature, to work on ourselves, to cultivate a character that is incapable of making incorrect moral judgments. It doesn't mean you're never wrong, just you're not morally wrong as such. It's, as I said, naturally sociable and rational. And the good life is, for a Stoic, a communal one. Somebody asked about, is it political to be Stoic? And I would say, ask Seneca, ask Cato, ask Horatia, ask Macenius Rufus. He often said to the Epicureans, well, you have your gardens and we are more engaged in society. It doesn't mean that Stoics should be left or right wing. On the contrary, our allegiance is only to reason, divine reason, the logos. So the good life is living a life worthy of being lived. It doesn't mean that, again, it's nice. A life worthy of being lived is something only we can do for ourselves. No one can make us a good person. No one can make us a bad person. We choose that as a Stoic. We use our agency to align ourselves with nature or not. So people often get confused. I just want to leave these definitions, and I have to thank Eve Riches for her help with this, and Chris Gill also helped too. People think that this virtues is about being, doing something wise, or being wise, like be wise, as if it were a command. And it's not. It's the cultivation of a character. It's the cultivation of knowledge, for example, for wisdom. Knowledge of what is good, bad, or neither. It's not the idea of merely standing in a cold shower being cold for discipline. It's about being disciplined for the benefit of the community. It's not a cold shower per se that is Stoic. It's the reasons behind the cold shower. And when people tell me they are practicing being cold in the shower as part of their Stoic practice, I tell them perhaps practice being cold when you offer soup in a soup kitchen. There are many communal ways to practice being cold. Being self-disciplined per se is not Stoic either. I can be very self-disciplined and refuse to speak to my wife for days. I don't think that's a very Stoic concept. But it really is for the benefit of the community. It's the reasons behind something, the reasons behind our actions or attitudes or thoughts that make them Stoic, not something per se. That's why they're indifferent. It depends whether they are virtuous or vicious, appropriate or inappropriate. Courage is the ability to face difficult circumstances. It's not just a mere act. So I'm very grateful to Stoic Dan for mentioning that it is more like a habit. It is something that we cultivate in ourselves. And a sense of justice is not just being just in one particular occasion, but knowing what is fair and distributing our resources accordingly. And I think this is really key when we talk about planet Earth. Surely we should know what we need to have a healthy planet. Surely that is a virtuous thing, to be knowledgeable. We should be moderate in the way that we consume and the way that we think about the things we put in our lives in terms of our time and how we share information with people for the benefit of the community. Sometimes we have to have courage. We have to have courage to perhaps not use our car as much in a US country, in the US where you've got a situation where a car is also to do with status. And of course, environmental justice is something we're hearing a lot about with climate refugees, climate breakdown in general. The Stoics talk about role a lot. So people say, okay, what do I do in order to be a Stoic concerned or act as a Stoic concerned with the environment? And I always say, it depends on your role. And I think I'll just cut to the Epictetus fragment here. If someone ordered a singer in a chorus to know himself, would he not attend to the order by paying attention both to his fellow chorus members and to harmonizing with them? Yes, and so for a sailor or a soldier. In other words, again, we're reminded that the best singer isn't the person with the strongest voice that drowns out the others, but the person who balances their voice so that they bring the best out of the choir. They bring the best out of their fellow soldier or their fellow sailor or their fellow carer or their fellow family member. So it's really fascinating that we have Silicon Valley Stoicism, which is more focused on individualistic pursuits, when really it's about having an individual journey that is so aligned with nature, that it is for the common good, it is for the sake of the whole. That's why the Stoics, and we discussed this with Meredith earlier, they talk about sympathy and not empathy. And the idea is it's like a music piece. You struck a chord and it sounds right. When you're the sage, your soul is in such alignment with the divine reason that it just sounds right. Everybody else is kind of not quite there. It's off. And we can hear that even if we're not the most trained musician. So again, Stoicism is about who are you, what do you do, why are you doing it? So there's no one thing one must do as a Stoic. So it's not a case that everyone must be vegetarian. If you live in a Pacific island, for an example, it is very sustainable to eat fish and not so sustainable to import crops you don't have. The Stoics never say that to be something again makes you a good Stoic. It's what are your reasons, your ability to reason your decision through that makes the moral difference. And so this comes to a misconception I hear a lot. And I read a lot on Twitter and Facebook, and people often say, and I'm grateful that this is not the case in this conference, that if something is beyond our control, then we shouldn't care, or we shouldn't give a damn or a word slightly harsher than that, because it's not in our control. And I often remind people, I love my mum dearly. She's not in my control. None of you are in my control. Does that mean I should not care about any of you today? I've tried to show my sense of care by answering some questions that I thought I could help with, and by listening and by encouraging, but I can't control you. So the Stoics were clear with this. If we, as Stoics said, that something beyond our control means we shouldn't care, we wouldn't have had the circles of concern or the circles of care in the first place. So again, I just want to point out that best for you, best for all, and the Stoics are very clear about this. So what does this mean when it comes to virtue and the planet? I think this is key that, and I think Will did a better job than I'm going to do right now when he discussed it in depth. As Epictetus reminds us, humans are first and foremost citizens of the cosmos. That is our primary role. So we can't prioritize our job over that role of being a member of the cosmic community. This is why Marcus Aurelius says, keep one eye on the view from above. Always remember who you are and what you form part of. We can't decide that something is good for us and therefore we should do it if it contradicts with the good of the community. This is also why Marcus Aurelius in his Meditation 654 says, what cannot be good for the beehive cannot be good for the bee. So the idea with this extended circles of concern is to bring the planet closer to us as well, to think what is our obligation towards the non-human beings. And as Will rightly said, the Stoics talk about how a plant will only bloom when it is reasonable for it to do so, when it has met its needs to survive, then it will flourish for its blooming. So it's not the case that I'm advocating that we should try to be like flowers or try to be like animals, but to recognize that they also live according to their own nature, and that as humans, we perhaps should give more space and recognize duly that sometimes we encroach upon their ability or their capacity to live according to nature, whether that's through our farming practices, whether that's for the way we do tourism, whether that's the way we other certain aspects of the natural world, by distinguishing that we are not part of it, that we are somehow separate, which is not a Stoic concept at all. The idea that there is, from a logocentric point of view, we can bring that in and recognize the logos everywhere in everything. So there is no separation in the Cartesian sense. So I'll just pick a Harari quote. If we want to survive and flourish, humankind has little choice but to complement local loyalties with substantial obligations towards a global community. A person can and should be loyal simultaneously to her family, her neighborhood, her profession, and her nation. Why not add humankind and planet Earth to that list? Now, I wouldn't say that Harari claims to be Stoic, but that is a sort of very Stoic sort of statement. So how can I live according to nature? How can I think as a Stoic what my concerns and considerations might be when I think about how I should care for others and the planet? Well, there is no one size fits all. It will depend. Where are you based? A lot of people try to think, oh, I want to change the world, but changing where we are is changing our world. So if we are based, let's say we're based in France, then we should think about our our actions and our thoughts in our French community where we're at. What's going on is, we might think globally as well, but is there a local vegetable patch in need of care? We might be able to do what they call guerrilla gardening to make our lives a little bit more beautiful. Are there, a local animal rescue charity organization? Yes, we have to have one eye on the cosmos, but we also should think locally. Are we teachers? Should we not teach these principles? Are we musicians? Should we not sing about these principles? If we're an architect, maybe we design something that is eco. If we live in the building that the architect designed, maybe we cannot redesign it to make it more environmentally friendly because we don't have the skill sets or it's not necessary. But we can think about how we fill the space within our homes, what we buy, why we buy it, from whom, and how we dispose of it, when and if that's appropriate. I just want to give the ancient example of Pasidonius. We were talking earlier about the Stoics not having a distinction between science and philosophy, and this is correct, as distinction comes much later. So Pasidonius is probably the most scientific or academic of the ancient Stoics, and this is why Will mentioned him earlier. We go into depth about his story in chapter 8 of Being Better, but he is revered by Seneca, Galen, and Strabo because he literally does think about all the things he sees and observes on the planet, from anything from anthropology to zoology. He's really interested in the natural world. He thinks that's an insight into the mind of God. And I like to think of him as the first Stephen Hawking with a ground theory of everything. For him, in his role of learning and teaching, that was how to live according to nature. But does that mean that everyone should live quite that way? But that was his view according to his role. His commitment to living according to nature led him to go to see the Druids, who were experts at the time on the celestial bodies and the tides. He could have just read Julius Caesar, who saw the Druids from a very imperial lens, a very Roman lens, but he wanted to see the reality for himself. He was not content in just reading about the world. He wanted to really grapple with it and be there and see it with his own eyes, again, so he could really enter into the mind of God. As a modern example, this is Cambridge Central Mosque. I was lucky enough to be there last week. It's a predominantly wooden structure that's really designed to be a breath of the divine, to realize the breath of the wind as such as sort of the natural world, but and see that as part of the divinity of God. Natural light and ventilation is prioritized to enhance a sense of connection with God. But there's a use of heat pumps. There are bird boxes just right off this picture. Actually, there's a few bird boxes for native species. There's heat pumps, there's rainwater collection, and most of the lectures that go on there are linked to sustainability, environmental issues. And this is key, considering that Muslims, particularly now during Ramadan, will pray 5 times a day and have extensive prayers. For them, it wasn't enough to make just a space to pray in, but that space had to be beautiful, beautiful to God and beautiful within the actual local environment. So it's not a very sort of oriental looking building, but it's very integrated into what we might say is English church kind of architecture. Again, to show that we can integrate and live according to nature in the spaces that we create within our own communities. For us as individuals, what kind of questions can we ask? Something quite simple. Do I really need to buy this stuff? When I ask my students, like, do you want to change the world? And they say often yes. How do you want to do it? And they give me a lot of answers. And I often say, why don't you just not buy things you don't need? How about starting there? We talk about in society, in English, throwing things away. Where is away? When we understand the concept of away, things change. So it's not ignorance, for example, is not bliss. It's a vice in Stoicism. Just merely holding our hands up and saying it's beyond our control. Well, it's not if we're the ones putting things in the bin. We might say, well, it's not our fault if it goes into landfill, but we chose to buy certain packaging. I know that's difficult, but we can still think about it as we go to, the local shops. What can I do to improve things for wildlife in my garden or balcony or local park? How much do I know about my food and how my clothes are produced? Again, people will tell me, well, that's beyond my control. That's not my skill set, but most people clothe every day, not everyone, but most people do. And most people eat 2 to 3 times a day. So as a Stoic, as my son Rufus would point out, this is actually integral to our journey to flourishing. How could it not be when we engage so freely in eating and buying clothes that adorn our bodies? So thank you for your questions and comments. I'm sure you've already left them in the chat. For more information, again, there's Being Better. And I've already said earlier that if anybody's particularly interested in matters linked to food, contact me at stoickai.com and I will send you an academic paper I wrote on the subject. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kai. That was very, very helpful for many of us who are wondering about the relationship between sustainability and Stoicism. So we do have a few questions for you. And this one actually comes from before the conference. Someone is asking, with so many resources literally at our fingertips and much of it conflicting, it can be quite difficult to know we're acting on the correct information about best practices for ethical and sustainable consumption. Given that, how does a Stoic navigate this information to make the most virtuous choice? Is our intention to make the most appropriate choice enough, or how far must we go to validate the options to ensure we make the best choices?
That's a really good question, Brittany. People often ask this, and I say, well, it depends what's reasonable. When you're a mum and you have 3 kids screaming, you have to make a split-second choice if you even have a split second, right? So Stoics are very immediate. What can I do right now? And at that moment, there's not much you can do but your best. We're not called to know everything about a particular subject, unless our role is, like in my case, to teach about this particular subject. So it's also we can ask ourselves, who knows more than I do? Like when I go, for example, something I don't know much about is care work. So I would use Brittany's website. Not a case that we have to know everything, but we should ask who is the best person to go to. And we should critically evaluate information as much as we can. And then people say, well, how do I know what's true? Well, you do your best to reason through it, right? So that if it happens to be wrong, you haven't made a morally poor choice, right? The sage is not all-knowing. So the sage is not God. The sage is incapable of making a moral mistake. So in Being Better, we discussed a sage who didn't know that the local government was putting recycling into landfill. She believed that when she went to the recycle bin, it was getting recycled. She had no reason to know that that was not true. Only at the moment that she realizes that the local government is not fulfilling their obligation, she has then got an obligation to do something else with that waste. But up until that point, she's not made a moral mistake. So not a case of beating ourselves down, but reasoning it through and being, again, to use Meredith's brilliant presentation, to be self-compassionate, with ourselves. We don't have to be all-knowing, but we must do our best to say, is this reasonable given the information at hand? And then, is it now reasonable to learn something else? The answer may be yes. Is it that I can't know, but somebody else might? Yes, it's always immediate. What can I do right now?
I love that. Thank you. We have another question from Christopher, who asks if our pets and our gardens might be closer in the concentric circles than our country or parts of the planet more distant to us. What do you think about that?
We're drafting this about this right now, actually, in book 6. These are labels. So the minute you adopt a dog, that dog becomes family. It jumps from like the outer circle of a random dog into my dog. Now, if it's my dog, I have an obligation to feed my dog. I don't have an obligation to feed every dog. The only difficulty is that people don't realize that in the circles of concern, you can't kick people back out. So even if your ex-husband, your husband becomes your ex-husband, he can't suddenly become a perfect stranger. He will always have memories with you that you have and that you like or dislike in retrospect. But he will never be a total stranger. So we must be very careful, actually, as Stoics, to who we let in circles. Once we have a dog as our family member, even if we, again, remove that dog from our circle, we give our dog to our friend, we still have a connection. We still have a bond with that dog that goes beyond if it had only been the dog of our friend in the first place. So there's no problem jumping in, but there is a problem pushing out in the modern mind. The Stoics never advocated for, I don't like my brother, therefore he's not my brother. This is not a Stoic concept at all. He's still our parents, for example, even if I don't like them, they're still my biological parents and I still have a connection with them, whether I like it or not. The Stoics are very clear about that. So yes, people can jump in, they can't really jump out. The only way they jump out is if they jump themselves out, because that's beyond our control. But from our perspective, we can't push them out. It's not a Stoic practice.
Yeah, and along those lines, a question from Meredith, actually. How are roles assigned? So you talked about role ethics. How are these roles assigned for a modern Stoic? How would we think about this? as opposed to maybe in ancient Stoicism where roles were conceived completely differently?
Yeah, if we're taking a let's say, non-God approach, then our roles are assigned in such by certain things like society. So, or biology. As a parent, right, we have a role. Even if we don't physically live with a child, we still have a role. We still have an obligation. And then society gives us some roles. So I might at this right now, because the Stoics are really interested in right now. Right now, I'm a teacher predominantly. But if I was talking to Brittany like by myself, most of my role would be a friend. So there's also sort of the social contract. We can look at social contract theory in philosophy, like what is the expectations? What does society require from me? This is why we should be very careful with Stoics, not to say things like such and such a person was bad 300 years ago because they did something I would never do today. 300 years time, people might say, if you're not vegetarian, you were barbaric. But at the time, it seemed reasonable because then you have to be able to reason it through. So it's very much like right now, what's the most appropriate role I can take, and not say 300 years ago, such and such a person was bad because they did something I wouldn't do now. It's the Stoics are not interested in hypotheticals. They're just interested in who are you now, why are you that, what might you do in that situation, given what you know, where you are, and who you're with. So, for example, if Brittany has children, it's not appropriate for me to treat Brittany's children as my own children, right? Because they're not mine. But it is appropriate for me to treat them like children, as opposed to adults. There's certain things I shouldn't say to them, regardless if I have a good relationship with Brittany or not.
Right, I appreciate that. Okay, there's a lot of discussion in the chat box about veganism and vegetarianism, and I know you've written a lot about this as well. So here's just one specific question. Could you give some comments about Seneca and his reasons for starting being vegetarian and then later quitting? Are his reasons still valid today, or have those reasons changed?
So Seneca's reasons weren't Stoic reasons. They were because his dad put pressure on him, because it was Stoicism, because the Greek philosophies he was leaning into were seen as not Roman and therefore not appropriate for this kind of person, this kind of status. It wasn't Stoic reasons that he was vegetarian. It was Musonius Rufus who looked more at Stoicism to support his vegetarian argument. I have just, Juan said, plants feel pain when they get cut or eaten. The difference is they don't scream or bleed. Stoics never advocate for vegetarianism because animals have rights. In Stoicism, nobody has rights. I do not have a right to life. The only thing of intrinsic value in Stoicism is reason. So it goes, is it reasonable for me to eat the quantity of meat that I eat, given that I know how this meat is produced? For example, it separates the calf from its mother, and therefore the mother nor the calf can live according to their own nature. Is that reasonable if we claim that to be a principle that we uphold? Is it reasonable if we claim that justice is appropriate, is a virtue regardless of context? Is it reasonable to do something that is unjust? For example, consume meat to the extent that other people can't even plant crops. That's the kind of thing that the Stoic would ask. They wouldn't say things like, it is wrong to kill an animal. That's not a Stoic position. It would be, why are you killing that animal? Why is that necessary? Is that necessary? To what extent is that necessary? If for a plant, for example, if people say to me, for example, well, vegetarians eat plants, well, the animals eat the plants. So if you eat an animal or you only eat animals, you're still eating the plants. You have to eat. You're just eating more. And it's not because it's a cow. For me, it's because we have to think about how we are raising that cow commercially. So I'm not talking about a person as an individual cow, but the commercially raised cow. Is that the way that I want to treat animals based on the principle of allowing everyone and everything to live according to its own nature? Something that the Stoics themselves recognize right down to the rocks.
Okay, thank you. And a related question from Ken. Is it a stretch to say that in a given circumstance, it may be appropriate to choose eating a certain food that may not be sustainable because the alternative in that moment is that the food would simply go to waste? This is a common predicament for a parent feeding children, trying to balance moral food choices with the children being prepared to eat nothing, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think Meredith is a better person to answer this question, actually. So I hope she fills in. Again, sustainability isn't just about being green in the sense of joined to the environmental thing. If something's going to go to waste, for example, roadkill, would it be unsustainable for me to eat roadkill or it's already dead? So the answer would be no. There's no, again, it's not to say that I should be vegetarian, because I could eat roadkill, because if it's already dead and I didn't take part in that. What is my moral response? Well, eat it or not to eat it. It's then, as Greg Lopez would say, down to my own preference. So yes, there are moments where you say, "Oh, my kid only eats chicken nuggets." Right? If I give them something else, they're just gonna throw it away. Well, the Stoics often say is the argument that after 14 years old, you can start to argue about the morality of choices from a Stoic perspective, but previous to 14, it's quite difficult to do so. And again, it's not entirely in your control. You can teach, you can explain, but ultimately they're only going to eat chicken nuggets and you've got 5 minutes to get out the door, then you're going to have to give them chicken nuggets, because what's the alternative? They starve. Again, the Stoic has to say, what's my role as a parent right now? I can't educate my kid right now. We've got 5 minutes to go get out the door. So these 5 minutes are just going to eat their nuggets. But tomorrow, we're going to have a discussion about what this chicken really is, right? So what it's literally always right now. So for all the parents out there that are probably going, "Oh, it's okay, my kids, it's fine." The Stoics, the Stoics are realistic. We're practical. We have obligations as parents, and as parents, only we can really fulfill that obligation in the full sense. It doesn't mean I can't help, but it's not my obligation to look after Brittany's kids 24/7, but to help, yes. And I would also say, just let them eat the nuggets, get them out the door, and on Saturday we have a discussion about what the world needs. But right now, let's just get them out the door. That's a very Stoic approach, very practical. We're not hypothetical Stoics. We're like, what should we do right now?
Exactly. Wonderful. Well, let's move away from food for a moment. We have a couple more minutes left if anyone has additional questions. But I would just like to know, on a daily basis, what are some of the practices that you do that you feel other Stoics could do as well, that maybe aren't, it's not going to change your entire life, but just some small steps that everyone can take to move us towards sustainability?
I feed the birds, seeds. Feed ducks. People give ducks white bread. It's really bad for them. So I had to investigate that, because I loved just spending time in nature. Take some seeds out to the lake and watch the birds eat them. It's really good for them. Great fiber. Doesn't clog. Doesn't make the water look terrible. Just do what you have to do. The best thing to do is to do it often. So it's not a case of I'm going to do this massive one thing today. No, if you go to the park with your kids normally, then they take white bread, just replace it with seeds. Not expensive. Or shouldn't be, depending on what seeds you buy, but just not necessarily expensive. Just do what you do normally, just do it slightly better.
Okay, I think that's a great place to end. Do what you do normally, but do it slightly better. We can all relate to that. Thank you, Kai.
Thank you, Brittany, for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kai and Brittany, for that talk and discussion. You do make sustainability sound easy. There's obviously some challenges, but very much appreciate you taking the time with us today. So let's turn now to Stoic self-care with Paul Wilson. Self-care can mean many things, but in this context, it simply means we can't ignore our own needs when taking care of others. As the saying goes, you have to put on your own oxygen mask before you can help anyone else with theirs. Not to be confused with selfishness or self-centeredness, self-care is vital for caregivers who are often under massive amounts of pressure and stress. As always, Stoicism can help us out in this challenging situation. Here to explain is Paul Wilson, a former head of community mental health services in the UK. Paul's work in mental health and the promotion of well-being in disadvantaged communities has won national awards and has been recognized in the UK Parliament. He now works as the head of staff well-being at a UK university where he promotes psychological safety, self-care, and a culture of well-being. Stoicism is his preferred form of self-care. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Hopefully everyone can see my slides. Is that the case? Lovely, thanks. Well, it's firstly a real privilege and a pleasure to be here today to talk about self-care. It's a subject I am deeply immersed in, but I don't often have the opportunity to talk about it to a Stoic audience. It's a first for me. I'm really looking forward to that interaction. My background has been already very well explained, so I won't dwell upon that. But it was useful to have it summarized because it might provide some useful context in terms of what I say next and the perspective I come from. I think as has already been recognized today, self-care is a It seems superficially to be a simple concept. In reality, it's really quite complicated. And I'm hoping that I can help to address some of those complications and address some of the questions that have arisen already today in relation to self-care. So I'll attempt to do that. And I'll attempt to communicate where I think Stoicism comes in, what kind of contribution it can make to the cause of self-care, which I think is a considerable one. But I'll explain precisely what I mean by that as we go through the presentation. Stoicism for me is incredibly appealing in my work and incredibly useful in my work because of its essential practicality. Though I'm interested in all aspects of Stoicism, even the more abstract aspects which have been touched upon today, I really focus in my work upon the purely pragmatic parts, the parts that make a difference to people's everyday lives, especially when it comes to self-care. As you'll see when I go through my presentation, I'm not entirely a purist when it comes to Stoicism. I also draw from other Muslim traditions and from different schools of modern psychology. So I've been heavily influenced by aspects of clinical psychology and humanistic psychology in particular, and increasingly positive psychology, the psychology of prevention, and also influenced by the modern science of well-being, which is really useful, not in the sense that it tells us much that we don't already know about the human experience and the human condition. It's useful in that its scientific approach often validates philosophical wisdom, ancient philosophical wisdom, especially, I would say, Stoic wisdom. So I will start to get into the meat of the presentation here and hopefully address some of the questions that were related to self-care earlier on today. So firstly, what is self-care? There are lots of misconceptions around the subject that I'd like to try and address. Firstly, fundamentally, is it selfish? I think some really good answers have been hinted at already today. My perspective on that, probably predictably, is absolutely not. It's essential, it's vital. We've heard the example of the oxygen mask being used on a couple of occasions already today, and it's a really, really good way of emphasizing the importance of self-care, recognizing it's necessary for us in that scenario to put our mask on first, not so that we can be protected and then forget about the needs of everybody else, but so that we can tend to the needs of everybody else. So the same principle applies to me in relation to self-care too. It's something we do in order that we can fulfill our responsibilities to other people, whether they are our friends, whether it's family members, whether it's our community, or more broadly our society. So we start to move into more Stoic territory there, with an obvious reference to things such as the circles of concern. Another misconception about self-care, that it's expensive. Well, it really doesn't have to be. There is, of course, a very lucrative and global wellness industry. So if you were so inclined to purchase, $125,000 set of gold-plated dumbbells, that option is available to you. Should you have the finances to be able to do it. But that's not at all what I mean by self-care. The conception I have in mind, the definition I have in mind relates to practices that we can do for absolutely nothing, but that have deep and lasting, deep and enduring meaning. And Stoicism is one of those self-care traditions. Is self-care a substitute for healthcare services? Again, absolutely not. It can be perceived as that way. It can be communicated that way. But in my opinion, that's a mistaken perception. Self-care takes place in another space entirely, separate and distinct from the healthcare system. So in the United Kingdom, where I am at present, we have a national health service that is tiered. So it's split into three parts: primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care, depending on the severity of individual needs. But the self-care space is separate and distinct from that. It takes place in what in health strategy terms is referred to as the pre-primary space. So where is that? Well, that's here right now. Right? We're occupying it as we have this discussion. It's also in every school, it's in every university campus, it's in every workplace, it's in every community. So it's every part of society outside the health system where good self-care practices can take root, where a gradual culture of well-being can be created through the choices we make as individuals. Another misconception, is self-care a solitary practice? Well, it certainly doesn't have to be, and often it isn't. Often self-care is something we can do with other people, and it's more effective, it's more powerful if we do it with other people, and again, become part of that creation, that gradual culture of well-being. We saw really powerful examples of that in the early stages of the COVID pandemic, where most of us were reduced to online communication. We couldn't see people in person, so we had to interact like this. And there are, of course, many benefits to doing this. The fact that we are now having this discussion internationally is a significant and positive thing, of course. But in those early days when we were connecting online, a very distinct phenomenon occurred, which I was highly attuned to, which was people were instinctively reaching out and sharing their self-care knowledge, their self-care practices with each other without being compelled to do so, without being required to do so. It was something instinctive that they were acting upon, a desire to connect, to share in the cause of individual self-care and collective self-care. It was a very moving phenomenon to witness. I thought I'd offer you a practical definition of self-care at this stage, which is a modern one. It doesn't come from Stoic tradition, but it comes from an organization called the International Self-Care Forum, which is based in the UK. So they describe it as a practical, person-centered set of activities we should all be doing to maintain our health and well-being. And that's a really concise definition. It's a useful definition, I think. And there are certain parts of it that are particularly relevant. So the person-centered bit means that we have to find a way to self-care that is unique to us, because we are all unique. So I like that reference. But there's also the reference to a set of activities we should all be doing. It's quite emphatic on that point. We should be doing these things. Well, as kind of autonomous and mature and experienced and knowledgeable adults, we know that. We know self-care is important, and we also know how to self-care in many effective ways. But that doesn't mean we necessarily do it. And there are lots of reasons for that, which I will explore shortly. And that's where Stoicism, in my mind, comes in as particularly powerful. Are there other ways of perceiving self-care and its importance? Yes, there are. And again, we see the presence of Stoicism here. Is self-care a duty we owe to ourselves in recognition of our unique self, unique in the history of humanity? Shouldn't that be respected? Shouldn't that be protected? But if it's not about us, then who else is our self-care practice motivated by, inspired by? Is it our family? Is it our community? Is it our country? Is it our species? There are all sorts of ways, all sorts of answers available. The important thing is that we do have answers available, that we reflect individually upon the importance of self-care, and we know our answers to that question. Because, things will arise in our lives that get between us and our desire to self-care. We may lose motivation, for example. And it's at moments like that when having a powerful, meaningful answer to the question why self-care is important is particularly useful, because it can restore our motivation and renew our commitment to self-care practice, which is so important, again, not just for ourselves, but for other people. I now want to give you a kind of societal picture that makes the case for self-care. I'm gradually working towards Stoic forms of self-care. Please be assured of that. But it's important for me to provide some context, which again reinforces the importance of self-care. So it's not a trivial issue, not a superficial or selfish issue. It's incredibly important to us collectively, societally, globally. Why? Well, the first point I would like to make in relation to that question is simply the psychological toll of the last few years. We've all been affected by the COVID pandemic in one way or another, to varying degrees of severity, but everyone surely has been affected in some way. Everyone in our species must have been affected in some way, however great, however small. So self-care is a way of restoring ourselves again after that very difficult period of time and experience, which we haven't fully come through yet, but hopefully we're moving in a more positive direction. We've learned during the pandemic also that the best form of healthcare is self-care. It's taking a preventative approach. We've learned that things we do in our lives can maintain our own health, we can make a positive contribution to the health of others as a result of self-care practice. And then collectively, we can have an impact upon healthcare services and reduce demand upon healthcare services through our self-care practices and our other care practices. And that's an important point to bear in mind, I feel. I wouldn't like those learnings to be lost as we move through into the latter stages, or hopefully the latter stages of the COVID pandemic. And return to what we I think mistakenly refer to as normal, because it's important to reflect that there was a time before COVID, and that normal shouldn't be confused with healthy. We were not healthy before COVID. COVID has simply made things worse. Prior to COVID, in the West in particular, I'm talking mainly about the UK here, but I'm conscious of what's happening in America. I'm conscious of what's happening in healthcare in the Western world, but more globally. But these are fairly common problems I'm about to allude to here. Before COVID, we already had a growing burden of so-called avoidable disease. And I bracketed avoidable because I think it's a controversial term, and it relates to illnesses arise from so-called lifestyle choices that people make. We also saw a dramatic rise in what we describe as common mental health conditions, anxiety and depression, for example. In the West, in America, but I'm talking particularly now about the United Kingdom, it's recognized within our medical community that we had a culture of overprescribing of antibiotics and antidepressants in particular, but we've seen the increased presence of opioids in our prescribing practices in the UK. The consequence of all of this was a health system that was under strain before COVID came along. COVID has simply made it worse and subjected the system to increased strain and stress. And on top of this, of course, we have social and economic factors to consider. We are experiencing a global cost of living crisis at present, which is exacerbated by a new, sadly, European war. So in the face of all of this history of health issues and a recent pandemic and the additional stress of social and economic factors, again, emphasizes the case for self-care at a societal level, and forces us to ask the question, well, in the face of all this, what can we do for ourselves and for others that, again, ideally costs absolutely nothing and means, if not everything, then at least a great deal. I'll take a little sip of water. Okay, so that's a societal picture. That's the case for self-care. But we also have to be realistic. Though I'm acting as an advocate of self-care here, I'm also a realist. I know in my conversations with people on the subject of self-care that there are distinct and real and very practical obstacles to improved self-care practice. If we were to do this talk as more of a workshop, we'd exchange perspective. I ask you questions, you'd ask me questions. We would arrive at mutual understanding of our attitude in relation to self-care. But I think it is possible for me to generalize on the basis of previous conversations I've had on this subject. So when people explain to me that they find self-care difficult, it's usually for these reasons, that there's a lack of time, that there's a lack of money, that they have too many demands, too many responsibilities. And I recognize the truth, of course, of all of that. Those are very real practical concerns. Again, however, we can make time. We don't need money. And if we take our self-care, ourselves and our self-care seriously, then we'll find a way of managing that as well as our responsibilities. Difficult though all of those things are. But another significant obstacle to self-care that I've noticed in those discussions, and I've seen in mental health services and in the more preventative world of well-being is that sometimes the most serious impediment to self-care is the relationship, or rather the poor relationship people have with themselves. There's an unhealthy self that has to be dealt with before self-care practice can be a possibility. So in the spirit of that being the main issue that I encountered, that's the one I will focus on for the remainder of this discussion, and I will try and explain where I think Stoicism can help to strengthen that impaired self. I guess, and I've included obviously a reference to a famous quote by Marcus Aurelius on that subject, that the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. So if what's standing in the way is an unhealthy or a weak self, then what can Stoicism do about that? What can self-care practice do about that? I believe the answer is a great deal. Stoicism is a great practice for strengthening the self. And we've heard numerous examples of that already today. And some great resources, of course, have already been shared, and I'm sure will be shared in the latter stages of this discussion too. But there's already a lot of stuff out there online that emphasizes the importance and the effectiveness of Stoicism, but for a beginner, it can be a little bit bewildering, and trying to use that material for the purpose of strengthening the self in this context, in relation to self-care, again, can be problematic. I looked online prior to this talk at some of those materials, and I saw things such as 50 Stoic rules, 12 Stoic questions, 9 Stoic exercises, 3 Stoic mantras, 22 Stoic principles, 8 Stoic practices, 10 Stoic strategies. It's all good stuff. It's all really rich and insightful and sometimes really inspiring stuff, but it's a lot. It's a lot to process. So I think we need a kind of conceptual framework that enables us to use the rich learnings of Stoicism in a way that helps us to strengthen the self. One thing that is lacking from Stoicism, at least based upon my knowledge, and there are very learned people, very knowledgeable people in this discussion today, I'm conscious of that, who can put me right if I'm wrong, is an overarching framework for the application of Stoic principles. So at the core of Stoicism, my understanding and practice, of course, the dichotomy of control, the core virtues, all of which are indispensable and very powerful. But they don't really constitute a framework as such. So in my work in well-being, I'm conscious of frameworks such as the PERMA system of positive psychology, or Maslow's famous hierarchy of human needs, a model of humanistic psychology. Or in the UK, we have a very simple framework for promoting well-being called the 5 Ways to Well-being, which is based upon the need for human beings to connect, to give, to be physically active, to learn, and to be mindful or present. And I'm sure you can see within those references connections with the ancient wisdom of Stoicism, reframed, presented to the world as if it's something new, and which isn't true, of course. I have a knowledge of both of well-being and Stoicism. I can more easily see the connections than others, perhaps. So I think that a framework is useful along the lines of those I just referred to, that enables us to apply Stoic principles, practices at the right time, and in relation to a desired end. So the framework I've come up with for the purposes of this discussion, it's stuff I often talk about when I talk about self-care in a non-Stoic way. So raising our level of self-awareness, increasing our capacity for self-compassion, which Meredith has already spoken about so eloquently today. Exercising self-control, which is the core benefit and of Stoicism as I see it, an incredibly important concept psychologically and otherwise. Boosting our level of self-esteem, and Meredith has also referred to that, but I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective as I go through these dimensions of the self. And then ultimately self-transcendence, which is the top of that particular model as I see it. So by using these different dimensions of the self to strengthen the self, to increase our capacity and our inclination to self-care, what we have is a model of ascension, of growth towards, I suppose, peak human experience. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a moment. So I'd like to just reflect upon those different dimensions, each in turn, if I may. Self-awareness, I think, is an incredibly important concept. As I think back to my days in the mental health system, I know that one thing that struck me often with people who were emerging from a crisis was that those who were more likely, I suppose, to make a meaningful and lasting recovery were those that grew in self-awareness as a result of the crisis experience. So self-awareness is a prelude to change, in my opinion, and a really important prelude to change. We need to recognize that in our society in the 21st century, well, it's a very different place to the way the world was when the ancient Stoics described, defined, developed their practices. All of those practices are still relevant and powerful, powerfully effective. I recognize that. At the same time, it is a different world. And we need to recognize that. We're coping with things that the ancient Stoics never had to cope with. So the self in our world in the 21st century is under assault in a way it was never under assault in the ancient world. So there are concerted efforts to influence our thoughts, our feelings, our behaviors, the core of Stoic understanding every day of our lives, often every minute of every day of our lives. People are trying to influence those things, whether they're advertisers or politicians or influencers. The self is under assault, it's under attack, and it's only wise to recognize that so we can arm ourselves against it, we can protect ourselves against it. We may be under assault also in our private lives, where we may be coping with what we see as unrealistic demands or insufficient support resources, or we feel that we have a lack of boundaries and a lack of balance. And all of those things can leave us, they can leave us burnt out, they can leave us exhausted, they can leave us depleted and depressed. And that in itself can leave us vulnerable to further developments such as poor threat responses and poor coping strategies that might see us using experiences or substances that may make us feel good in that immediate moment, better in that immediate moment, but are not good for us in the long run. Do not deal with it really with the issues that are confronting us. And that may lead to some of the things I referred to earlier, such as those so-called avoidable illnesses. So a really important point of awareness, I think, in this type of scenario is that we are struggling, and it's okay to recognize that. It's good to recognize that. It's good to have the humility to ask for help from others if it is available to us. But of course, the help, as ever, also has to come from within. We also have to strengthen the self. We can't just be dependent upon external support, wonderful though that is when we receive it. There is always inner work to be done. And I won't dwell upon the idea, the very, very useful, though, I think, image of an inner citadel, of a fortress that is protecting something precious, which is the kind of that unique spark of consciousness that each of us has. Unique, again, in the whole of human history, there'll never be anyone that's exactly like us. So recognizing that, shouldn't we take steps to defend that precious and unique and sacred thing? I would argue, obviously, that we should. And the image of the inner citadel, the mighty fortress, is a very useful way of reminding us to do that. But Stoicism also offers us a range of practices that can help us to rise in self-awareness. And if a moment of weakness, of course, we're tempted to make decisions that are bad for us, to take in substances that are bad for us, to just eat unhealthy food, for example, well, in response to our stresses, that again, exercises like pause and compare can be really useful. So we think about how we'll feel afterwards, and knowing that we may feel not so good afterwards, we may feel guilty as a result of a poor choice that we've made in a moment of passing weakness. Can be enough to get us to change our decision in advance of making it. So there are a plethora of practices that can be useful to us in avoiding unhealthy, unhelpful responses to the things that ourselves experiencing. Or we can, of course, practice one of the cardinal virtues and the core virtues, stoicism, temperance, and think about the importance of moderation in how we manage our experiences and what we do to manage our experiences of life. Another way in which we can grow in self-awareness is incredibly powerful and features in positive psychology, the modern day positive psychology, we can make a concerted effort to recognize our strengths and our successes, thinking about that citadel again, not just thinking about it, trying to counteract our almost instinctive and evolutionary negativity and forcing ourselves to recognize our strengths and successes and record them so that we don't forget them. Studies of the modern science of positive psychology have produced quite emphatic results on this subject, that the idea that, the term that's used in positive psychology is gratitude journaling can have a very profound and lasting impact upon our well-being. I think that's all I'll say on self-awareness now, because I'm conscious of the need to go through the other dimensions, and I'm conscious of the passage of time. Self-compassion, I won't dwell upon this component because I really feel Meredith has said so many significant things. I don't need to repeat them. Or maybe I'll just touch upon one or two things here. As I say, I draw from other wisdom traditions. I suspect many people in the audience do. And one wise Buddhist saying I like is that if your compassion doesn't extend to yourself, then it is incomplete. And I return to that and reflect upon that often. I think it's a very good way of communicating the importance of self-compassion, and gives us cause also to reflect upon our longest lasting relationship, which we probably don't do enough. And it is, of course, the relationship we have with ourselves, a fundamentally important one. There will be no one in our lives we spend more time with than ourselves. So it's really imperative that that's a positive relationship, and Stoicism can help with that. It has to be a positive relationship because, of course, we can't unfriend ourselves. We can't break up with ourselves. We can't divorce ourselves. We will always be there. So it's really imperative that that relationship is positive and it's strong. And Seneca has a really nice reflection on the benefits of being a friend to yourself, which I'll share with you, which is, what progress, you ask, have I made? I have begun to become a friend to myself. That is indeed a great benefit. You may say that such a man is a friend to all mankind. So again, we see the connection between individual self-care and other care. Again, because Meredith has reflected so well upon this subject, I'm just going to see if there's anything else here I think is worth mentioning in relation to, in addition to that. One point I'll make in relation to the final point on this particular slide, something I call making Stoic moments. Another misconception around self-care is it is or has to be incredibly time-consuming. That's not the case. A process of change, of personal change, can and in fact does need to start in very small ways. So sometimes it's as little as a minute that matters. And I think of those minutes as Stoic moments, making Stoic moments during the day. Think of that citadel again, and the need to erect boundaries around myself, to employ a Stoic practice like circling the present, forgetting about the unchangeable past and the unforeseeable future, and concentrating on this moment and deriving as much a restorative power from it as I can through reflecting upon a particular Stoic practice, whatever it may be. This is where Stoicism, for me, in the world of self-care, it stands alone, well in advance of every other practice in terms of its focus upon a really important psychological concept, control. So again, this is a very knowledgeable audience. I don't need to talk about what the dichotomy of control means. We all clearly understand what that means already. It's been referred to several times today. But Stoicism can offer us other ways of exercising control in our lives too, when it comes to dealing with loss, for example. Again, an experience many of us may have had during the COVID pandemic. It's helpful for us to reflect upon the fact that Stoicism encourages us to do that everything we have is borrowed, that everything is temporary, everything is ephemeral, everything's fleeting, everything is passing. So that can seem quite sometimes like a rather grim perspective, but I see it as the opposite of that, because it prepares us for life's inevitable losses. So they're not as much of a shock to us as they would otherwise be, though they are still a shock, of course. We're only human, it's only right that we feel things like that. And the other thing, that reflection upon the inevitability of loss, and things being returned to their maker allows us to do is to be grateful for everything we have while we have it. So to me, there's a dual benefit in that practice, and that's all a way of exercising self-control. We can use practices like the reverse clause to manage expectations. So we may think we're masters of our own destiny and may have a particular plan for the day, but it's always worth reminding ourselves that that plan will only occur, it will only be fulfilled if fate permits it to be. So we need to recognize in every plan we make that fate has a role, and it may have different plans to ours. And in recognizing that in advance, any delays we experience, any difficulties we experience are easier to process, easier to manage as a result of that preventative practice. Again, we can use exercises such as physical definition, reducing things to their fundamentals to reduce their power over us, to exercise self-control. I'm talking about things which may not necessarily be good for us, or we may not necessarily need, as has been referred to in a previous presentation. Why is it important, self-control? Why does control have so much power over us? Well, I think that can best be communicated through the kind of psychological rewards that we get through exercising self-control, which perhaps in Stoicism we don't reflect upon enough, but there are tangible psychological rewards. We get an increased sense of autonomy, which is something that all adults like to feel. Recognize, of course, again, within Stoicism, that sense of autonomy only extends so far. There's only so much that's within our control. But if we exert self-control also, it's a very good way of reducing situational stress. So we can become an oasis of serenity when everyone around us is losing their heads, or the situation around us is very complex and stressful. Again, we recognize that we'll do what we can to influence that, but anything beyond that is beyond our control. What is not is how we respond to that external stress. And we can derive a benefit from exerting that self-control. And another benefit from exercising control is its impact upon self-esteem. By exercising control, we automatically feel, I believe, a little bit better about ourselves. And self-esteem is a subject I'd like to reflect on very briefly now, because I think it's important. I was really interested in the way that Meredith posed her questions earlier on, and talked about self-compassion versus self-esteem, and I can certainly see the legitimacy of that perspective. I don't see it in quite the same way. I do think self-esteem is an incredibly important subject, and we should show it some respect, particularly within Stoicism, because Stoicism offers us so many ways of deriving self-esteem in the right way. So I think it's important for all human beings to have a sustaining sense of self-worth, which is what essentially self-esteem is. But it has to be based upon the right things that are sustainable, things that are real and meaningful. So we can't base it upon transience, for example. And by that I mean things such as youth and looks, things we will inevitably as our lives progress, lose. And what happens then? If all of our self-esteem is invested in those transient things, what happens then? Who are we then? So it's really important that we have sustainable sources of self-esteem that come from the right practices. Also, we can't base our self-esteem upon things we classify as Stoics as indifferent, things that are beyond our immediate control, things such as, for example, wealth or fame. We may desire them. I don't particularly, but we may desire them. But we can't guarantee their presence in our lives. And even if we had them, again, we stand the risk of losing them. So where are we then? Who are we then? Stoicism instead offers us a really solid foundation for self-esteem and a sustainable basis for self-esteem, a foundation for self-esteem, via the practice of virtue, via the practice of personal excellence, through following the four virtues of this philosophy. All of which, again, you're familiar with because they've been discussed today. That could have quite profound impacts in our society, where huge swathes of our population are denied esteem because whether they exist within our society's power hierarchies and our wealth hierarchies. There are lots of communities in the West that are plagued by health inequalities wealth inequalities, and as well as being deprived of those things, people are also denied self-esteem. But this is where Stoicism is particularly powerful, because it's a liberation philosophy. It was partly inspired by the thoughts, the experiencing, the ideas of a slave. And that gives Stoicism, I believe, particular power for disempowered people. And there are so many of them in our society. But here, Stoicism provides them with a way of growing in esteem that is detached from the value system of our consumer society. And I think that's a powerful and important part of Stoicism's appeal. It can offer something else also, which is the opportunity to tend to our ethical well-being in what is often and increasingly, I believe, an unethical world. All across the world at present, we see examples of governments being led in ways I consider to be unethical. This lack of due respect for truth and for law and for the simple rules of life that make life livable. Again, it's beyond, all of those things are beyond our control. We can exercise indirect influence over them. But where we can exercise direct influence is over our conduct. So we can be living repudiations of that type of conduct in our lives and set a good example to other people. And therefore tend to our own ethical well-being, but also tend to the ethical well-being of others. Other benefits of self-esteem that is derived from the right actions and is sustainable. Well, there's lots of modern science around this subject, and there's some really interesting studies, scientific studies. I wouldn't classify them as absolutely conclusive, but they are interesting. And some of them make a link between virtuous behavior, pro-social behavior, and even physical impacts, such as an improved immune system, which during the course of a pandemic is a very important thing, of course. And I end with a phrase that comes from Stoic philosophy that I like. I think it has deep meaning to people and can communicate the importance of living virtuously practicing personal excellence, which is always be sculpting your own statue, always be working on your conduct, on your character. And through those behaviors, you'll always have a sustainable and a meaningful source of self-esteem. And finally, at the top of this conceptual model for putting Stoic practices into place at a particular time to achieve a particular end, there is this self-transcendence. So everything I've described so far takes place within the self, but there's a dimension that goes beyond that, and it's really important to us because it's where our highest needs as human beings are met. And this is where wisdom traditions like Stoicism and modern schools of psychology merge in an attempt to define what is the greatest experience we can have in this life, in this mortal life. And this highest level of functioning or flourishing has been described in psychological terms as flow, or as super consciousness, or as peak experience, or as in well-being terms, again, as human flourishing. And in Stoic philosophy is eudaimonia, again, human flourishing, peak experience. So that's what we're aiming for by using this kind of model of ascension. That's the experience that we all, I believe, desire to have and deserve to have in this life. How do we know we get there? Or when we are there, we're in this dimension of self-transcendence, because there's an absence of something significant, which is self-consciousness. And we forget about the self in this space. And there's a presence of something else, which is a deep sense of purpose, a deep sense of meaning, a deep sense of connection. I'm sure that at times in our lives, through our self-care knowledge and practices, we've had this experience. There's a shadow side to it. There's always a shadow side to everything and to all of these dimensions of the self. People can try and transcend the self, escape the self through dark means, negative means, and I've alluded to some of them already. Substance misuse would be an obvious example, but that's really oblivion, that's not transcendence. Healthy forms of transcendence come from other things, and it can be a really kind of disparate list. A study of history, the practice of spirituality, being in nature, wholehearted commitment to a social cause, the provision of a public service, And of course, philosophical practice, specifically Stoic philosophical practice. These are all healthy forms of achieving transcendence. And I really genuinely believe that's the best that life has to offer, entering that state when we're not self-conscious anymore and we feel completely fulfilled. But we won't always be there. Life has a way of bringing us down again, bringing us down from the mountaintop. We fall or fate conspires to bring us down that mountain or that model of well-being. And that's okay, that's inevitable. That will happen to each of us. And what do we do in that circumstance? Well, we do what real mountain climbers do. We return to base camp and we start again. We restore ourselves and we start again. And base camp within this model is self-awareness. And we start all over. Why is it worth the effort of trying to get back up to the mountaintop? Because, again, there are really profound, really important psychological rewards from good self-care practice, whether we think about in terms of Stoicism or we think of it in terms of well-being. There's a convergence. It's difficult to distinguish the two. The modern well-being movement is, I would say, a pale imitation of Stoicism, but there are definite connections. And through the type of practices I've referred to, Stoic and otherwise, we can expect to experience more positive emotions and increased contentment. We can expect more positive relationships, primarily because we have a more positive relationship with ourselves. We can expect a greater degree of self-acceptance as a consequence of the other things I've just alluded to, a sense of mastery, a sense of autonomy, recognizing that autonomy also has limits because we are both independent and mutually dependent in this world. A profound sense of personal growth, why I described what I have spoken of as a model of ascension, a really powerful sense of meaning and purpose, a sense that our life really matters. And again, we should all be blessed with our feeling. And I've already referred it to transcendent experiences, but that is essentially about having our highest needs met. And I hope I've described what those needs are adequately. So those are the psychological benefits and psychological rewards of good self-care practice. Specifically, Stoic care practice, I would say. But now the practicalities. All that is I hope interesting. Some of it is, I hope, useful to you. But how do we use it? How do we build it into our lives in a more practical way? Well, I think, again, structure is really useful. So it's not enough just to have an overarching conceptual framework, a conceptual structure into which we can place different Stoic practices to achieve particular ends. There are steps we can take at an individual level, actually thinking about an actual plan to tend to ourselves better. And I think that's really helpful for us to have that tangible item at our disposal as a record of our progress, to capture all of the steps we take towards the ultimate end of good self-care. And it is always about taking small steps. Another kind of semi-school of psychology I'm influenced by is the so-called psychology of change. And it has two basic principles. Firstly, change must be chosen. And secondly, that change must be taken in small steps in order to be sustainable. And that's an approach we can take to planning our self-care. Doing so gives us the opportunity again to record things. And that's an approach that is consistent with the Stoic practice of journaling. We're used to writing things down. This is just an extension of that. So we can reflect, actually write down why self-care matters to us and keep returning to that when we lack motivation, as I said at the beginning. It gives us an opportunity to, in a structured way, boundary those Stoic moments that are so important for us to restore ourselves at times of great stress. It gives us the opportunity to again record so that we can see what progress we're making in terms of managing our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions a little better. And it's always a question, again, of incremental progress, incremental gains, doing things just a little bit better every day. We can record our strengths and our successes, because we will have days when we are not strong and when we do not succeed. And in those moments, it's useful for us to go back and reflect upon days that were different, days that were better. And also through taking a structured approach to self-care, we can act as an example to others. We can start to create that kind of culture of stoically informed well-being I was referring to earlier on. And it's important that when we undertake these practices, that we are patient with ourselves, that we are persistent, and we don't judge ourselves, because we will all inevitably fall short at times. That's not important. What is important that after those moments, we start again. We descend to base camp. The level of self-awareness, we start the climb again.
Paul, we're at time.
Oh, fine. And all I have to say is that if you want any help in terms of structuring self-care, I will be working with Brittany Pollard and with E. Richards to develop a Stoic self-care plan through the organization Stoic Care.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Do I have time for a closing thought?
Sure.
As long as I promise it's a closing one, I'll just use the words of Zeno to reinforce some of the things. I just said that that well-being is realized in small steps, but is no small thing.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I think the audience really appreciates your insight on the connections between Stoicism and well-being. This is extremely helpful. And yes, everyone, please visit stoiccare.com, subscribe. We're really trying to make these connections between Stoicism and care. So if you enjoyed this talk, come to Stoic Care to find more like that. And now we are ready for our final talk of the day, our keynote address on love and friendship from Donald Robertson. As many of you know, Donald is a writer, cognitive behavioral psychotherapist, trainer, and now founder of Plato's Academy Center in Athens, Greece. He specializes in teaching evidence-based psychological skills and is known as an expert on the relationship between modern psychotherapy and classical Greek and Roman philosophy. Donald is the author of many books and articles on philosophy, psychotherapy, and psychological skills training, including How to Think Like a Roman Emperor. His forthcoming graphic novel, Verissimus, The Stoic Philosophy of Marcus Aurelius, will be released in June 2022. Welcome, Donald.
Thanks, Brittany. And I'd like to say thank you to Phil and everyone else that's been helping today. And thanks to all the speakers that were on before me. I had a great time listening to the presentations. So I'm just going to share some slides with you and hope that everybody can see those okay. Let's close the other windows on the screen. Today I'm going to talk about Stoicism as a philosophy of love and about Stoicism as a therapy for anger. So I'll touch on some Greek jargon, concepts like philostargia, oikiosis, and also another Greek concept that you might not be familiar with called philoxenia. And we'll talk a lot about the CBT and emotional resilience along the way as well. So first of all, Stoicism on love. And let's begin with a quote about Stoicism as a philosophy of loving kindness from Marcus Aurelius in the Meditations. He says, adapt yourself to the circumstances among which your lot has been cast, and love the people among whom your lot has fallen, but love them sincerely. So I chose that passage because it's very emphatic about the role of love, sincere love, and affection in Stoic philosophy. And it's not a one-off. As you'll see in a moment, the concept of love and kindness is integral to Stoic theory, and there's a reason why it's often been neglected. But Marcus also mentions the concept of love or related concepts roughly 40 or 50 times in the Meditations, far more often, in fact, than he mentions the concept of virtue, at least it mentions it explicitly. And one of my favorite references to this is really early on in the Meditations, where he's talking about a guy called Sextus of Chaeronea, who is one of his main Stoic tutors, I think who taught him later in life, but nevertheless very important to him. He's also incidentally the nephew of Plutarch. And Marcus says that what he learned from Sextus was, first of all, kindness, and to look carefully after the interests of his friends, and also that he never showed anger or any other unhealthy passion, but, and this is my favorite phrase, was entirely free from unhealthy passions, sounds pretty Stoic, and yet full of love. And that's the key part of the passage. So he starts off talking about the kindness of Sextus and ends up saying that despite having apatheia and being free from unhealthy passions, he was nevertheless full of this thing that the Stoics call philostargia. Now, let's start with the first thing that he mentions there, this idea of kindness. The Stoics believed that kindness was the opposite of anger and also an antidote to it in their psychological model. And kindness is actually a virtue in Stoicism. And this is one of the reasons why I think this has been neglected. People have told me that they've read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius and didn't notice that he put any emphasis on pro-social virtues, cosmopolitan ethics, natural affection, and stuff like that. It reminds me of a quote from William Blake, where he said, "We both read the Bible day and night, but you read black where I read white." It baffled me how anyone could read Marcus Aurelius and not notice that on virtually every page, he alludes to the social dimension of Stoicism and caring for other people. Partly pro-social virtues, but also warning himself against anger, hatred, and being alienated from other people. And kindness is actually a Stoic virtue, but it's lost in translation. And I'll explain how. You may be familiar with the four cardinal virtues, so-called, of Stoicism. You probably inherited them from an earlier tradition. They're kind of alluded to some extent in Plato. Wisdom, justice, fortitude, and temperance. Justice is the problem. The Greek word for justice is dikaiosune. It's broader than our term justice, though. And that's illustrated by the fact, we can tell just from the way it's used in ancient literature, but also the Stoics define it for us in a number of ways. And they tell us, for instance, that justice is composed of two main elements: fairness, which is something that we might think of as ideally being part of justice today, but also kindness, which isn't something that I think many people would naturally associate with the modern concept of justice. So we need a broader translation, I think, to capture what the Stoics mean by this. For want of a better term, I think social virtue, which is maybe the broadest possible term, at least would be less limiting than translating it as justice. So kindness is an integral part of the dikaiosune, or social virtue, in Stoicism. It's also, and because they have a number of words that can be translated into English as kindness or goodwill or benevolence or similar terms, but kindness is also a healthy passion in Stoicism. They have unhealthy passions, and they have healthy passions in Stoic psychology, and they classify it as a type of desire. Good desires include in Stoicism kindness, goodwill, affection, and warmth towards others. So again, in a number of different forms, it's integral to Stoic psychology of the emotions as well as virtue. And these are opposed to unhealthy passions, particularly anger, but also feelings like hatred and spite as well. Now, anger is defined by the Stoics following Socrates as a desire to harm other people. We might use it in a broader sense today, but the Stoics think the kind of core sense in which we use the concept of anger is to refer to a desire to harm other people or for other people for harm to befall them somehow. And for Stoics and other Greek philosophers, anger is often associated with the desire for revenge against others. And kindness is simply the opposite. It's the desire not to harm, but to help others. Now, the argument about this actually is perfectly well expressed in Book 1 of Plato's Republic, and the Stoics are clearly inspired by that. So I'm not going to go into the whole argument that's presented there, but you might want to have a look at it. Basically, Socrates had argued, look, if you assume that helping other people or harming them has to do with external advantages, like health, wealth, and reputation, then yeah, it probably seems weird to say that we should help our enemies rather than trying to harm them. However, if you're a philosopher and you believe that the highest good is virtue or moral wisdom, maybe like the Stoics, even that it's the only true good, then helping or harming other people is reframed and takes on a completely different meaning. So to help someone would be to reform their character and educate them or enlighten them. And philosophy, after all, is the love of wisdom. That's what the word means. And even weirder than this, but you can totally see this in the Socratic dialogues, Socrates thinks of the Socratic method itself, the method of questioning that he employs, as exemplifying love and friendship. So to be loving and compassionate and kind would mean doing philosophy and questioning other people and helping them to achieve insight into their attitudes, values, and beliefs. And obviously, this emphasis on kindness and stoicism and pro-social virtues resembles certain aspects of early Christian ethics. And therefore, Pierre Hadot, a famous French scholar of stoicism, said, expressing the point very well, I think, it cannot then be said that loving one's neighbour as oneself is a specifically Christian invention. Rather, it could be maintained that the motivation of Stoic love is the same as that of Christian love. Even the love of one's enemies is not lacking in Stoicism, said Hadot. And this passage was quoted earlier, I think by Stoic Dan, but I'm just going to mention it again briefly because it's a very good example of this. Marcus says, it's a man's especial privilege to love even those who stumble. And this follows as soon as you reflect that they are akin to you, that they do wrong involuntarily through ignorance, that within a little while both they and you will be dead, and this above all, that the man has done you no harm. This passage, like many passages in the Meditations, repeats and encapsulates, recycles and paraphrases some of the strategies that Marcus lists as remedies for anger later in the Meditations. So this concept of philostorgia, or natural affection, Marcus mentions it many times throughout the Meditations. And in the following passage, I think he puts it quite nicely. He says, the good of a rational being, a human being, must be fellowship with others, for it has long been proved that we were born for fellowship. Now, Marcus believes that humans are naturally rational or reasoning creatures, but also that we're naturally social creatures. So in order to achieve our potential, and we have a kind of duty to ourselves and to other people to do that, to flourish, we'd have to cultivate not just our ability to reason and achieve the virtue of wisdom, but to cultivate our social behavior and perfect it. So therefore we'd achieve the virtue that's called justice, or social virtue. And I think Marcus here may be talking about a long-standing philosophical tradition that kind of begins with a famous speech by one of the sophists called the Great Discourse of Protagoras. And Protagoras puts forward, again, I can't explain that speech fully here, but I'll just mention it in passing because I think it's the context for what Marcus is saying here. Protagoras puts forward a kind of quasi-evolutionary argument for the idea that humans, in order to flourish, have to exhibit social virtue. It's integral to what makes us human. He portrays this in the form of a kind of mythological allegory about the Greek gods. Fronto, Marcus's rhetoric tutor, says something really weird about philostorgia in their private correspondence as well. He says there is no Latin word for this Greek term. It's a Greek term. And he says that's because Roman nobles typically have no philostorgia. They have no kind of warmth or humanity or natural affection towards other human beings, except Marcus and his mother, who Fronto seems to exempt from this. And also Marcus makes a point of repeatedly saying that his Stoic tutors exemplify philostorgia and related characteristics. Also, incidentally, he says that his wife, Faustina, exhibits philostorgia. Philostorgia is sometimes translated as natural affection, but it can also be translated as familial affection. It's the affection that we naturally have towards our offspring or to our spouses. And the Stoics think we should try to expand that and extend it rationally to other people. And Marcus does this following some advice that's actually given, some very specific tactical advice given by Hierocles, another Stoic author, more obscure Stoic author. It's kind of perhaps roughly a contemporary of Marcus Aurelius. He says he should change the way that we refer to other people. And we can see Marcus doing this. He refers to his friends as my brother or my son, depending how old they were. So he tweaks his language to encourage himself to think of other people as being part of his family, extending his natural affection towards them. This resembles the paternal love that Zeus has for his children, the whole of humanity. And the Stoics are trying to follow God, emulate Zeus in this regard. This concept of philostorgia is also mentioned in the New Testament. It's another link between Stoicism and Christianity. St. Paul says in Romans, be kindly affectionate, philostorgia, to one another with brotherly love. Philadelphia is the Christian, more familiar Christian term that he uses there. So he equates brotherly love, Philadelphia, with philostorgia, this Stoic technical term. And it's similar to another technical term that some of you will have come across in Stoicism that's also kind of obscure, called oikeiosis, which is hard to translate. Sometimes it's translated as appropriation or familiarization or affinity, but actually it comes from a very simple word. It comes from oikos, the Greek word for house or household, which happens to be the name of a popular brand of Greek yogurt today, as you can see. So oikeiosis means bringing someone into your household. And it's interesting because it's related in a sense, or it's similar in a way to the modern English word kindness, which comes from the Old English kindness, meaning a nation, and is related etymologically to the word kin or family. So in English, our word for kindness comes from treating somebody as akin to you, which is what Marcus is referring to. That's oikeiosis in Greek, bringing someone into your household, treating them as a brother, treating them as kin, and therefore extending greater moral consideration to them. This concept is obviously related to what the Stoics call cosmopolitanism as well, this idea of being a citizen of the worldwide community of humanity. I want to compare this to a very old Greek concept. It roughly translates as hospitality. It comes from the Greek words for friendship and the word xenos, which means stranger or guest. And it's important in part because, again, Zeus, the most important god to the ancient Stoics, is also known as philoxenon, or the patron god of hospitality. And Greek philosophers sometimes allude to this role of Zeus. So it has to do with many complex roles in ancient Greek society, but in part it boils down to treating guests as you would wish to be treated yourself. Socrates alludes to this in one of Xenophon's dialogues, incidentally. And we could see it as, in a sense, being the origin of the golden rule. So people often want to find in Stoicism ethical guides, and sometimes that's hard because Stoic ethics can be kind of abstract, or it can be anachronistic, or it can be complex, or it can be ambiguous. But the golden rule is one of the simplest guides to ethical action that we know, and it's there in Stoicism. There are many references to it in Seneca and Epictetus, not as explicitly in Marcus, but there are things that you could kind of compare in Marcus. The golden rule in Christianity is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And similar ideas are found in other world religions. For example, there's a fragment from Epictetus that says, what you avoid suffering yourself, seek not to impose on others. So it provides a very simple guide to life. I think in part it has to do with the Socratic method itself, which is a method for exposing moral contradictions and sometimes for exposing moral hypocrisy. And, you know, the Socratic method leads us to this position where we cease to employ a moral double standard, and therefore we would treat other people as we would wish to be treated by them. And this I would relate to the Greek concept of philoxenia, and I see it's comparable to the concept of oikeiosis in Stoicism. So I'm going to stay a little bit now about the Stoic remedies for anger, which is kind of the flip side. The Stoics think we should cultivate kindness as a virtue and cultivate these kind and compassionate and loving, healthy emotions as well. But in part, that means overcoming anger. I want to say before I go into this that I guess on a sort of personal note in a way, I think of treating anger as the royal road to self-improvement in a number of ways. I think one of the things that's most obviously wrong with modern society is that we are getting worse in many ways at dealing with anger. I think in some regards, social media by its very nature fuels certain types of anger. The media, in some regards, stoke fear and anger. And modern political discourse is almost completely ruined by anger and hostility towards other people. I'll talk a little bit about that. But my feeling is that the internet today is absolutely awash with self-help and self-improvement literature. And in some regards, that can have a negative effect if it encourages people to focus on the wrong areas. There's a noticeable absence of much emphasis on dealing with anger in that self-improvement literature. It's there, but it's negligible. And there's something, I think, problematic about that. The Stoics thought anger was the main negative emotion that we need to deal with. Marcus lists 10 cognitive strategies for dealing with anger. And I'm going to talk about each of them. Let's see if we get time to go through all of them, but we'll get through most of them. And I'll talk about little practical tips and hints in relation to each of them. So he compares this to the idea of the 9 muses. It's like a little rhetorical speech like that he's writing here, like something that Fronto would have gotten to rehearse. He says, remember these 9 rules as if you'd received them as a gift from the 9 muses and begin at last to be a human being, for you still have life in you. So number 1, Marcus says we should remember we're social creatures, as I mentioned earlier. He says, first consider how you stand in relation to them, somebody who you're beginning to become angry with, and how we were born to help one another. Now, he says more about that, but that's the essence of his first strategy. That's actually his favorite strategy for coping with anger and the one he returns to most frequently, although it's the one I think modern readers have most problem understanding. Despite that, it features prominently in probably the most widely quoted passage from the Meditations, which is the beginning of Book 2, Meditations 2.1. So I'm going to read that through because it's so important and so popular. Everyone knows the first sentence. Marcus says, begin the morning by saying to yourself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial, probably these days on social media, right? But often people don't continue and read the rest of it. He says, all these things happen to them because of their ignorance of what is good. But I, who have seen the nature of good, he says, and that the nature of he who does wrong is akin to me. Again, he's referring to this idea that goes all the way back to Protagoras and the Great Discourse, that humans are inherently social creatures, and he thinks it's important for us to tap into that insight and realization. I've understood that the nature of the wrongdoer, the person that I'm about to get angry with, is fundamentally akin with me. I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him, for we are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of the upper and lower teeth. This is a theme that Socrates touches on as well. To act against one another then is contrary to nature. Stoicism's slogan, of course, is living in agreement with nature, living in accord with nature. And it is acting against one another to become frustrated and to turn away, to get angry with one another. His next strategy is to consider someone's character as a whole. Consider what kind of beings they are at table, in bed, or elsewhere, what kind of compulsions they're subject to. Now, I think this is very relevant today because anger entails selective thinking. It involves a number of cognitive biases that are well known. For example, the more angry people are, the more likely they are to underestimate risk and therefore to expose themselves and other people to danger. And there are many other cognitive biases that go hand in hand with anger. But anger involves very pronounced selective thinking. And again, you see this on the internet, maybe by the very nature that social media works. We deal with people's communications more in fragmentary slices. And so we take people's behavior out of context. We become rubbish at understanding people in a more rounded and complete way. And we seize on individual things that they say and do and take them out of context often in order to get even more exceptionally angry about them. So we might think, hey, that guy said something really rude about me, but we might forget that he's also said loads of really nice things about me, and maybe he does loads of things for charity. Maybe he helped an old lady across the road earlier in the day or something like that. You know, maybe the guy's dying or he's going through terrible things in his life. So to really understand someone's behavior, we have to look at the bigger picture. And again, of course, this is related to the Stoic concept of the view from above. That's a very familiar concept. The Stoics generally think we have to avoid narrow selective thinking and taking things out of context. And the view from above helps with that. Also, does this kind of empathy, or at least understanding people's characters in a more rounded and complete way. And so love would not be selective like this. It would view people warts and all. You would love the whole person in a rounded and complete and honest and truthful way. Authentic love of the other, therefore, is neither idealization nor demonization, but it's honest. Marcus says another strategy is to remind himself that no person does evil willingly. And this is a famous paradox that's derived from Socrates, once again. The guy's name keeps coming up, right? Like, Socrates is like the godfather of Stoicism, basically. And anyone that's interested in Stoicism has to really read Plato's Apology for a start, and the other Platonic dialogues, and the other sources like Diogenes Laertius that deal with Socrates, but particularly also Xenophon's Socratic dialogues, because the Stoics were particularly interested in Xenophon's version of Socrates. So Socrates said that no man does evil willingly because no man does evil knowingly, that when people do bad things, they do it out of a kind of ignorance. Now, that's a very challenging idea, but Socrates didn't mean that when people do antisocial things, they don't realize that they're antisocial. Like, they sure realize that. Of course they do. But they maybe just don't agree that it's important, or they don't think that it matters. Socrates believed, and the Stoics believe, that we all by nature desire the same thing, eudaimonia. We want to flourish. We want to do what's good for us, fundamentally. We want to do it in our own self-interest, fundamentally. But some people are wrong about that. In fact, we're all wrong about it to some extent. We're all foolish, make mistakes about the best way to achieve our supreme goal, to achieve flourishing or enlightenment. I mean, if you don't think that that's how angry and vicious and antisocial people think, you know, maybe you haven't spent enough time around some of them. Like, some of the most dangerous people you'll ever meet in your life are people that are absolutely convinced that what they're doing is righteous and justified. Even dictators and figures in history who are guilty of doing appalling things, like Hitler and Stalin, absolutely believed that what they were doing was justified in their mind. And, you know, those are some of the most dangerous people. That's why Socrates thought part of his mission was to puncture intellectual conceit. People who believed that they knew what was just, but were mistaken about it, needed the Socratic remedy, needed the Socratic method most of all. And I guess the next point really follows on from that and goes hand in hand with it. Marcus said that we should remind ourselves that we are imperfect as well. We're all fallible. Stoicism is very humble like that. The founders of Stoicism didn't claim to be perfect sages, unlike the founders of some other philosophical sects. Zeno said that he was fallible. He wasn't a sage. So we should remind ourselves that we're also probably mistaken in many ways about the right course of action, but we're all on the path of trying to get closer and closer to the truth. Socratic questioning, again, is a therapy for removing that conceit about virtue from ourselves and from other people. We do philosophy in order to try and get closer to the truth. At least the philosopher is trying to get to the truth. So he's at least, you know, somebody who's making an effort to overcome his conceit and misunderstandings. Marcus also says that we should remind ourselves that we can't be certain what other people's motives even are, because we can't see inside their minds. And Marcus served, I think some people have this quite simplistic idea of what the role of the Roman emperor was. I've just written 3 books about Marcus Aurelius, so I had to really immerse myself in Roman history. I mean, in a sense, the Romans didn't even really have a word for emperor. It's a combination of different offices that are sometimes split up or shared with other people. But Marcus, in addition to being Roman emperor, part of his role was to serve as a magistrate, kind of like a Supreme Court judge. And so he attended quite lengthy legal hearings all the way through his life. And he trained in jurisprudence. He was kind of really committed to his role as a magistrate, and a bit of a kind of nerd and a workaholic, I think it's fair to say. But perhaps as part of that, Marcus thought you can't be certain what other people's motives are. He'd sat through lengthy trials, and yet he said, you have to make judgments on the basis of probability. It's difficult to know for sure what other people are thinking. And yet when people are angry, they feel certain about the motives of others. They jump to conclusions prematurely about what they think other people are trying to do. We call this mind reading in cognitive therapy. It's a common thinking error or cognitive distortion in relationships. And if nothing else, one of the things that would help us the most to overcome anger is just to notice when we're jumping prematurely to conclusions about other people's motives, and to pause, take a step back. Love listens. Anger presumes to know everything. Marcus brings in some things here that are kind of specific to anger, but also he adapts very general Stoic themes, you'll notice. And one of them is this idea that human life lasts but a moment, that life is transient. So he tells himself, look, both you and the person that you're becoming angry with are going to be dead eventually, and then this is going to seem trivial and pointless. It's not worth it. Epictetus, of course, also says, tell yourself that your loved ones are mortals. He describes them as being on loan from nature. And what he means by that is that we shouldn't take our loved ones for granted. We should seize the day and value our time together. So Epictetus in particular says, of course, Stoics love other people, but they do it rationally. They do it wisely in accord with Stoic psychological and moral principles. And that means distinguishing between what's up to us and what isn't. That means recognizing that other people aren't entirely predictable or under our control, and that both we and they are changeable and will die eventually. And that might not seem very romantic, but Marcus and Epictetus, the Stoics in general, believe that's the only healthy and rational way to love one another, by accepting our fallibility, our frailty, and our mortality. And the next point is going to be the most familiar of all. Marcus says it's not people's actions that trouble us, but the opinions that we form about them. It's not other people that make us angry, but rather our opinions about them. Love takes responsibility for its feelings, whereas the more angry we are, the more we'll fuse our opinions and value judgments with external reality. So really, if we want to love other people rather than just fixate on them or get angry with them, we need to gain cognitive distance, to use a technical term that we use in modern psychology. So this is a very simple concept. It's summed up by the famous quote from Epictetus: it's not things that upset us, but rather our opinions about them. And it means, I want to mention this actually because of some of the things that came up earlier. One of the challenges that I think had been mentioned a few times is how we can empathize with other people without perhaps over-empathizing with them. And this is confusing because people use the word empathy to mean different things. But generally speaking, in counselling and therapy, we make a distinction between empathy and sympathy. So it's a challenge that every counsellor, coach, and therapist faces that's integral to the work that they do with clients. We have to listen to clients. We have to try and understand how they got to where they're at with their depression or anxiety or anger, but not just go along with it and agree with them, not get angry with them. So there's got to be some kind of middle way between being completely cold and unempathic and over-identifying with the client's feelings. And the key to that is what we call cognitive distancing, in part. It's the ability to imagine what it would be like to believe the things that the client believes, but not to completely identify with those thoughts, to kind of view them almost from one side, as it were. So it's a bit of a slippery concept, but it's a very important concept. Anger, Marcus says, does us more harm than the things that we're angry about. And this, again, some people I noticed today aren't familiar with this saying, but actually it's a very generic, very fundamental Stoic slogan. The Stoics believe that in general, the passions do us more harm than the things to which they refer. So anger is worse for us than the things that we're angry about, Marcus says. Conversely, loving is more important for us. It's more beneficial for us than being loved. Now, that's a radical concept, and we find it in Socrates as well. And really, that's central to the Stoic philosophy of love, that we generally, the majority of people kind of tend to lapse into the idea that they want to be loved. Whereas for the Stoics, that's something that they have to view with a certain amount of detachment, insofar as it's not entirely under their control. And they have to undergo a conversion, an epistropha, Heracles calls it, a radical U-turn in their fundamental values, so that they begin to place more importance on their own character than on external events. And that means placing more value on our ability to love others than we do upon other people's ability to love us. It's a radical U-turn in our fundamental values we're talking about. And of course, loving other people is up to us, but being loved by them is not. Kindness, we mentioned earlier, is the Stoic antidote to anger. And this is a familiar concept in therapy. It's one of the most basic psychological concepts, that one way of dealing with an emotion is to cultivate the opposing emotion. It's sometimes called counter condition. It's the basis of early behavior therapy, in a sense. So Marcus says, kindness is invincible if it's sincere and not hypocritical. Invincible in the sense that nobody can stop you from loving and being kind towards others. They might not reciprocate, though, but they can't stop you from choosing to exhibit love and affection towards them. And again, kindness here means the desire to help others by educating them or enlightening them rather than to harm them. But Marcus is alluding here to the idea that it has to be an end in itself, not a means to some other end, if it's going to be sincere. There's a really weird example that he gives in this passage where he basically seems to describe an imaginary conversation. And he says, my son. So actually, he could be referring just to one of his friends who's younger than him, using that phrase, although it's not impossible that he's referring to his son Commodus. So that's something to kind of mull over. We'll never know for sure. He says to himself, say to this person, no, my son, we were born for something other than this. If they're getting angry. Again, that's an allusion to what he said earlier about us being social creatures by nature. It's an allusion perhaps to the great discourse of Protagoras. No, my son, we were born for something other than this. It's not I who am harmed, it's you, my son, who are causing harm to yourself. That's an allusion to one of the other principles that we saw a moment ago. And show him tactfully, in general terms, that this is so, and that not even bees behave in such a fashion, nor any other creature of a gregarious nature. Again, it sounds like Protagoras' great discourse. But you must do so in no sarcastic or reproachful spirit, but with warm affection, and the word he uses is philostalgia, and with a heart free from anger or bitterness, is how he describes doing it. So he imagines himself putting this into practice. But the interesting thing is, he imagines somebody who's becoming angry, and what he does is share wisdom with them. He imagines teaching them about Stoicism, basically. But he also acknowledges that that has to be done tactfully, without any bitterness, from a place of loving kindness, and also while recognizing that sometimes the other person might not want to listen. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Nevertheless, insofar as he's able to do so, he thinks kindness and compassion are manifested by trying to enlighten other people in accord with Stoic principles, by sharing wisdom with them. Finally, he says, and if you will accept this 10th gift from Apollo, the leader of the Muses, namely that it is sheer madness to expect the bad to do no wrong, for that is to wish for the impossible. And he adds a little bit to it there. But I just want to say that anger is temporary madness in Stoicism. And to say, I can't believe this, is crazy, the Stoics think. Anger imposes unrealistic demands on events and on other people, whereas the sage calmly anticipates misfortune and the misconduct of others, as we saw in that passage earlier, the most famous one from the Meditations, right at the beginning, Meditations 2.1, where he says, every morning tell yourself you're going to meet ungrateful and treacherous people, and so on. Apollo is the god of healing, which is why Marcus attributes these remedies for anger to him, but he's also the god of prophecy. And I think that has something to do with the fact that Marcus particularly attributes this strategy to him, that the sage, not by reading the entrails of some animal, but by using reason, can anticipate the future, because he expects that he's going to encounter fallible, foolish, vicious people, because it's the way of the world, and therefore he's not taken by surprise when that happens to him. He's therefore more able to deal with them compassionately. And the Stoics think this rational anticipation of the fallibility of other people and recognition of our own fallibility is the key to kindness and compassion. So I'll wrap up there. And by the way, if you like the illustrations, they're from the graphic novel that I was working, the artworks by my friend Nona Maiorano. So do we have a little bit of time, perhaps, for one or two questions?
We do have about 5 minutes for questions. So if you have a question for Donald, you can put it in the chat box. One that was already asked.
My timing's getting better.
You're in good time here. One from Magdalena is, in practical terms, how do you wrap your head around the images and information about the crimes committed in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and those who order and perpetrate those crimes?
In practical terms, that's a hard question to answer, because I'd probably need to know more about what the reaction the person is experiencing to those images is in the first place. So there might be a range of responses that people have emotionally to seeing things like that. I think the first thing that the Stoics would say, the two basic Stoic pieces, there are many things that Stoics would say, but there are two most generic and basic pieces of advice, as everyone knows, are to distinguish between what's up to us and what isn't, the dichotomy of control. So of course, when we watch things on television, we might say, look, it's not under my control to prevent this from having already happened or from happening on the other side of the world. But equally, there are things that are under my control. I could donate money to a charity, or I could question some of the things that are going on around me politically. So I have to recalibrate and figure out where my leverage is and what I can actually do constructively, if anything at all, in a situation like that. And then the other thing that the Stoics would ask us to do is to find this balance of gaining cognitive distance. So for instance, if we're scared by those things or we're really angry about them, and that's becoming problematic, the Stoics would say we should gain cognitive distance by training ourselves to notice that it's our value judgments rather than an intrinsic quality of the external event that's causing our fear or anger. So we might feel that the fear or anger is appropriate, perhaps, but it's important to realize that it's coming from inside us. It doesn't exist in nature. And once we realize that, something profound and magical happens. Number one, it tends to moderate the intensity of those emotions, so they become less pathological. But even more importantly, it gives us a greater degree of what we call cognitive flexibility. So when we do that, we're more able then to view the situation and what's going on from a variety of different perspectives, and we get less trapped in tunnel vision. And that can be more problematic in terms of our subsequent thinking and behavior if we allow that to happen. So it affects the way we feel, but also affects the way we think and behave, which is perhaps the most important aspect of it.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Here's another quick question from McQueenie. What would you recommend to someone who was recently introduced? You covered a lot of territory in this presentation. So where would someone start? Maybe someone who's new to Stoicism.
I think the first thing anyone should do is read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius in a modern translation, basically. And then I think they should read Epictetus's handbook and then kind of take it from there and read some more. There's loads of good modern books on Stoicism, Massimo Paolucci's books and Ryan Holiday's books and Ward Farnsworth's books and, like loads of other, books that appear all over the place now that are worth reading. But also modern Stoicism provides loads of resources online that are completely free of charge. And we run Stoic Week every year, which is a really good opportunity for people to practice as part of a community and get involved with things that other organizations like this one, are doing to promote Stoicism in practice and the events and so on. If you're asking about an actual kind of like practice that someone should do every day, I listed 18 separate psychological practices in the first book that I wrote about Stoicism. So first of all, realize there's a whole bunch of things that Stoics do, but the main thing would be practicing the dichotomy of control and cognitive distancing, and maybe also the view from above initially, I would say. And those are things that feature quite prominently in the Stoic Week course.
Right, and I would second that recommendation. Thank you, everyone. We are out of time for the moment, and thank you very much, Donald.
Thank you, Brittany.
Okay, well, yes, thank you, Donald and Brittany. Thank you, Donald, for sharing the ancient Stoics' vision of love and friendship. Their words are still compelling now, 2,000 years after they were first written. We hope everyone in the audience will agree that these themes of care, connection, love, friendship, compassion, and many of the other topics we've heard about today are really at the heart of Stoicism. As we've heard from our speakers throughout the day, when we benefit others, we are also benefiting ourselves.
We've covered a lot of ground today at the Stoics Care conference, from the theoretical foundation of Stoic care to the practical aspects of caregiving. I know I've learned a lot from our speakers and also from our audience members, all of you asking questions and participating. We hope that you found the talks enlightening, inspiring, maybe even a little entertaining, and that you'll leave here today ready to care for other people and the planet in a sustainable way.
And if you're inspired to help others, either in the Stoic community or somewhere else near you, remember that we are right in the middle of the Stoic Fellowship's month of service and care with the 1000 Stoics Challenge. Check out the Stoic Fellowship's service page for ideas on how to get involved. We encourage everyone to participate in the challenge and share your care on social media using hashtags 1000 Stoics and Stoics Care.
There's also an upcoming opportunity to enroll in the Aurelius Foundation's Wellbeing course, which launches on May 14th. This is a 20-week course with 10 modules that will provide you with a great foundation for Stoic practice, as well as tools to cultivate well-being. The course is designed by Stoic Care co-founder Eve Riches and includes online webinars, Q&As, quizzes, meditations, and other resources. You can find more information about this excellent course at aureliusfoundation.com.
Also, remember that we have the meet and greet immediately following the conference, where you can connect with other Stoics who have similar interests related to care. For those interested in this opportunity, please stay on the Zoom call after the conference ends. If you're watching right now on YouTube, you'll need to log in via Zoom to participate in the meet and greet. Once in Zoom, you will see a box pop up with options for choosing a room. Simply click on your choice and you will be magically transported to the room. We ask you to please show your care for others by demonstrating respect and consideration to everyone in the room.
It's now time to close the Stoics Care conference. We would like to say thank you once again to our incredible speakers for sharing their wisdom with us today, and to Phil Yanoff and Amy Valadares for helping out behind the scenes. If you'd like to see more events like this one and support the work of modern Stoicism, the Stoic Fellowship, and Stoic Care, please consider making a donation to one or more of these organizations. You can find links on the conference website, or of course, visit their websites to learn more. We were only able to offer this event free to everyone today because of the support of patrons and sponsors throughout the year. We would certainly appreciate your contribution to help us bring Stoicism to more people all over the world. In closing, we'd like to thank everyone for being here with us today, and we wish you the best as you continue your journey towards wisdom, courage, temperance, justice, and Stoic care.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Adam and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Danke, danke.